What's good with it? What's good with it? Lord have mercy. Have mercy, have mercy. Hey, Purple, Purple, what's good with it, girl? Thank you so much all the time, okay? Thank you so much. Hey, Linda B. Hey, Dorothy Vaughn. Hey, Pumpkin. Hey, Merida Jones. Hey, warrior, my warrior, my warrior. Oh, Lord have mercy, Jesus. Every time I think I'm getting out, they always trying to bring me back in. And the only reason why I got to respond, and this motherfucker gonna call me bitches and all that type of shit. So now you're gonna be called some names too. All right? With your simple motherfucking ass. The only reason why I got to come back out this motherfucker to respond to a motherfucking dummy who prefer to motherfucking leave a child outside so she can sit her ass on motherfucking YouTube and give out bad information after listening to my motherfucking ass. Yes, bitch, you a copycat motherfucker. And you so dumb you can't even get that right. Yes. That's all you do, bitch, is copy motherfucking people. You supposed to been bringing the people. You supposed to been reading and whatever. After you highlight now. Bitch, how long you gonna highlight it? And the man that had 2 motherfucking trials. So stupid motherfucking ass. Up now we got to go back to motherfucking lesson 1 or 2 because of your motherfucking ass. We are gone, bitch. You are still on the motherfucking bus stop. You ain't even on the slow bus. It done left you. You waiting on the slowest bus. Don't you? And let me tell you something. And I want you to motherfucking hear this. And I want any motherfucking body to think that it's like that to get this to motherfucking gather, bitch. Don't you ever talking about putting your hands on my motherfucking asshole and not carry through with it, motherfucker. You can get your motherfucking ass in the motherfucking friendly motherfucking sky, bitch, without a plane, motherfucker, because you are a rat-faced flying motherfucking wolf. You can get here faster than any motherfucking body. You don't got to worry about no motherfucking layover, bitch. You can pluck your motherfucking food right out the motherfucking sky, ho. Now, I had an elevator and then got out of this kind of motherfucking bullshit. But I'm sick of you, motherfucker. Let me tell you something. And make sure you motherfucking take notes, ho, like you try to do. These hands will uncross motherfucking eyes. These hands will grow your motherfucking hair. These hands will choke the shit out of motherfucker. Do you understand that? So you better watch your motherfucking tone, bitch, and watch what the fuck you say. Understand that. Get that motherfucking shit together. You got me fucked up. Matter of fact, all you motherfuckers got me fucked up. You motherfuckers want to not pay attention to the shit you need to be. Didn't them motherfuckers say I roll with security? You stupid motherfucker. The fuck? Get your ass up out of here with that bullshit. Now, you want to do something, bitch, you gonna come and get your motherfucking ass kicked, bitch. Goddamn motherfucker. Don't get mad at me, motherfucker, because you stupid. Spell fictitious, motherfucker. What's fictitious? What's wrench? When you're saying reach. Wrench is a motherfucker that you use to loosen screws, motherfucker. Wrench is what you give the motherfucking people over there. Spell enterprise, motherfucker. And you want to tell me about what I done motherfucking been through, motherfucker? You want to tell me anything about school? You a lying motherfucker. You a dumb, lying, stupid bitch. You talking about the people was gonna improve you for 500, a half a motherfucking $1,000,000, but they won't give your motherfucking ass 15,000 extra motherfucking dollars for a goddamn extra bathroom in that long motherfucking house. Are you fucking stupid? What's your fucking evaluation, ho? What is it? What was it? Damn, you can't trust a bitch that brag and boast about motherfucking kills when the motherfuckers was giving them out 2 for goddamn 1 and shit. Kills ain't no motherfucking cause to brag about in Hyundais and shit. The fuck is wrong with you? Now you done said all that motherfucking wrong shit out of him about the law. Just shut the fuck up. Bitch, come on the motherfucking channel and talk about mailing letters and shit. Talk about shit you know. I'm so fucking embarrassed. I got to go all the way back. That goddamn simple ass shit. You don't understand a motherfucking thing about no fucking argument. And let me tell you something with your stupid ass. Jennifer Bongini has already made her arguments, you dumb motherfucker. And not in one motherfucking piece of paper that she has submitted to the courts has she raised claims about anything about a miscarriage of justice, motherfucker. But let me tell you, let me show before let me support what I'm saying, what I said last night. Hey, Sonya Davis. Hey, Lady Tech. Hold on. So, J-Bo, and I just said this last night. I just gave my clarification on fundamental miscarriage of justice and miscarriage of justice, right? And this has to do with the argument. This ain't got, and the dumb motherfucking read the goddamn fucking definition of the motherfucker, which I don't know why y'all trust Google, but okay. And that was pretty much right. And I said miscarriage of justice is usually reserved for people who are innocent, who was wrongfully convicted. Bitch, you don't understand the difference between somebody who is actually innocent and wrongfully convicted, bitch, meaning they did not do the crime. There is nothing there that suggests that they did the crime. I'm not speaking on whether R. Kelly did the crime or not, stupid motherfucker. I'm talking about what the prosecutors have to prove. And those cases are usually circumstantial, meaning there is no smoking gun, meaning there is no, usually not too much direct evidence, meaning they lack this, they lack that. You know, these people usually sometimes they make false confessions. Sometimes the eyewitness was incorrect. Sometimes it's prosecutorial misconduct. You pushed all that up, bitch. There's never a fucking struggle. You want it to be a struggle, bitch. You a struggle. Your whole motherfucking goddamn persona is a struggle, motherfucker. From head to motherfucking toe. In and motherfucking out. Through your motherfucking empty ass, barren ass, black ass soul. Get your ass up out. Don't you ever motherfucking threaten me, hoe. What's wrong with you? Got me fucked all the way up. Better sit your motherfucking old ass down some motherfucking well and find something to motherfucking do. Got me fucked all the way up. So anyway, so I was telling y'all, right? I was telling y'all the difference in between, right? And bitch, let me tell you something. And I motherfucking say it with the way I say it, and I speak it the way I speak it, because motherfucker, I got to translate it. Something you cannot do. That's not my motherfucking fault. You know whose fault it is, don't you? You do know whose fault it is, don't you? I can name 4 right off the top. And I don't even know your bitch ass. Up there, huffing and puffing, sound like a goddamn fool over some motherfucking bullshit you got wrong. Ain't my motherfucking fault, bitch. You don't know what the fuck it is you talking about. Tell me, ain't you the representative? Ain't you the motherfucking teamster, bitch? Who the fuck believes that? Now, yesterday, I told y'all the difference between an argument about fundamentals of miscarriage of justice and miscarriage of justice, right? They are related. The arguments are related, but I told you what the difference would be. Miscarriage of justice is like somebody that is totally innocent. There's no evidence that they did the crime other than somebody saying they did it or something like that, okay? I told you that an argument about someone that is innocent and not guilty is totally different. It's different. Okay? And how we know J-Bo isn't making an argument about no miscarriage of justice and all of that, because bitch, her arguments are already in with your dumb motherfucking ass. Come on, she gonna go in. Hold on. Hello. Hey, take me off your list. Take me off your list. Bye. So, J-Bo posted this. And I want you to read it. Oh, I took the shit off. Hold on. Dumb motherfucker. And read what the fuck she says. Don't get motherfucking mad at me. You a dumb hoe. It says today, David Blue sexual assault convictions were unanimously reversed by the Illinois Appellate Court. An innocent man went to prison for a crime he did not commit after a bench trial. The system gets it wrong too often, but thankfully, this miscarriage of justice was corrected. Now, last night, I told you the motherfucking difference, right? This lady said an innocent man she said an innocent man, this miscarriage of justice. Those type of people are sometimes or usually motherfucking compensated, because that was unlawful to detain someone who is innocent. I'm not speaking on whether or not R. Kelly's innocent or not. I'm saying that based on whatever the goddamn prosecutors had and his defense team, bitch, I'll get them. Because they know more than what the fuck we know. They got the motherfucking files, bitch. They know whether or not he did it or not, motherfucker. What they said. Did they say he innocent? Don't they say their client maintains his innocence? Huh? Bitch. I'm not finna motherfucking goddamn give you no motherfucking legal class, motherfucker. Go to school for it. Ain't you? They should have sent your motherfucking ass. Ain't you the teamster? Ain't you the motherfucking representative? Huh? No. Stupid bitch. Don't you ever motherfucking goddamn threaten me, hoe. Tell me what you want to do. Nah, kick the shit out your motherfucking ass. Talking all that stupid. Now I'm afraid to make you look more dumb. That's your motherfucking fault, bitch. You asked for it. Your goddamn crackhead ass. So listen. And y'all can go back and listen to it. Now, everybody know that I don't speak in absolutes. And I said J-Bo probably won't argue a miscarriage of justice. Just because of what that means. And what she has to prove. Okay? She has to prove that evidence don't exist. Ain't nobody finna sit up here and make like those people don't have discovery that made it in the evidence that convicted him. We're not finna sit up here and make like people ain't take the motherfucking stands and they had video and shit. We ain't finna make like that ain't happened, bitch. And their defense team had to motherfucking create a defense to answer that evidence, bitch. They never did say, oh, my client didn't do it, this, that, and the third. They ain't say none of that. As a matter of fact, you dumb, slow motherfucking bitch, the motherfucking attorney put in a goddamn motion trying to get a defense for mistake of fact, motherfucker. Mistake of fact, with regards to the age, means that the client did it, on the presumption that the person was of age. Motherfucking stupid bitch. You better get this motherfucking goddamn lesson today, motherfucker. You dumb, slow motherfucker. Don't you ever goddamn talk about you gonna do something to me, bitch. Or what you feel like doing. And don't get your ass up in that motherfucking sky. And you sound mad enough, you could drive through the motherfucking night. Motherfucking. Ooh. I shouldn't even be in no conversation with your motherfucking slow motherfucking bitch ass. Get your ass some motherfucking way and sit down. Playing my goddamn shit. Joe slow, all you do, talking about somebody in your motherfucker, but bitch, you stay in my motherfucker. Your motherfucker, I can feel your presence in this motherfucker now. You and your motherfucking paws, bitch. Get your ass up out of here. Yeah. She ain't argue that. That's something totally different. That's ushering somebody into an appellate court on a different merit, a different situation. Don't get mad at me because you don't understand what the fuck it is you got. I'm gonna make you look. Oh, you finna look so stupid. You gonna be real mad, right? Woo, you gonna be real mad today, bitch. Like, how would you say it? Writ now? You gonna be real mad, writ now? Cause you looked at it stupid, Joe motherfucking dumb ass. Then the motherfucker said, had to check them. They slow ass, some of them. Lord have mercy, Jesus. She said, what prevented him from having a fair trial? And baby, she was just, woo! Like I don't even understand. Honey, I almost motherfucking did a split like motherfucking James Brown, came back up with my motherfucking thighs hurting and shit. Oh, hey, she said, money prevented the man from having a fair trial. So that's that's against the law. Huh? Bitch, if he cannot afford a motherfucking attorney, one would be motherfucking appointed to him. So slow ass. They don't give a fuck about you ain't got no money to fight your motherfucking charges. That ain't no crime. And I can't believe, where am I? Where am I? Y'all, please don't go nowhere and sound that stupid and shit like that. Please don't do that. Please. The people that be over here and the motherfuckers holding on to the window, please don't do that. God damn. If you out here leading the charge and dropping the information, no wonder motherfucking old Corp 151 the goddamn zero. What the fuck? God damn. Money? People don't give a fuck about that. No, I said motherfucking probably, bitch. You said she gonna argue miscarriage of justice. The motherfucking arguments are in. They been in, ho. She ain't got to usher nothing to no motherfucking courtroom. You don't know the procedure. You don't know the law. I don't know what the motherfucking tell you. But I'm not finna give you no goddamn fucking quick lesson and shit. The fuck? Okay, this is her motherfucking appeal. I'm gonna type in the word miscarriage. Did it come up? That's her. That's an appeal. The motherfucker that you gonna say, I'm still reading and highlighting. I'm trying to understand it. Bitch, your tired ass. Always trying to goddamn compete with some motherfucking body. Bitch, get your ass up out of here. Nobody gives a fuck. I mean, nobody go to you for no goddamn legal advice or information. Shut the fuck up. Yeah. So that argument, that shit ain't even in here. Then you up there talking about the RICO and the 10 years and shit like that, whatever. Listen, you're gonna have to do more than just motherfucking listen, ho. You're gonna have to do more. You have to take your ass and enroll, bitch. See if you can pass the test. But you're not gonna be able to pass the test. But just see. And enroll, bitch. You up there counting years talking about and it was against the law for them to charge him or whatever the stupid shit you said. Girl, don't you remember that the years when it comes to someone who is considered a minor, remember they removed that law so they can go back and how many years or whatever and accuse somebody of sexual assault because they was a minor. It's not, you don't have to worry about the years. You're confusing shit. You're confusing the people. Talk about some other bullshit. And then you up there talking about like they weren't supposed to charge him again and this, that, and the third, whatever. Not one time did that lady argue double jeopardy or a statute of limitations. Not one fucking time. That's because it doesn't apply. It's not double jeopardy or statute of limitations. Dummy. Because he was charged in another jurisdiction. He was charged with something different. The elements were slightly different. Which means that's not double jeopardy. Don't worry about counting no more. I'm glad you can count. But statute of limitations is not even a factor. You understand? And with federal cases, it's when the crime was founded. And usually 5 to 10 years, depending on what the charge is. Yeah. Dummy. What other dumb shit your motherfucking ass said? I don't even. Whatever you said was wrong. Put it like that. All the shit you said was wrong. We went over this shit before I even had a channel. This don't make no motherfucking sense. I just don't get it. I'm not trying to talk down on nobody, whatever. But motherfuckers that can barely spell and speak shouldn't be challenging nobody that can spell and speak. I don't get that. I will never get that. That's ignorance. I'm not going nowhere to challenge no motherfucking doctor. I don't give a damn how bad I think his ass is. That's crazy. I might, doctor, can you look here or whatever if I'm not sure about his diagnosis? Huh? And then you talking about, I bet you wish Jim Bonjing thesis was out here. So I don't know what the fuck dumb shit you said. So let me tell you about this. Okay? Depending on what law school you went to, you don't have to write a thesis. They took our written words and all of that and counted that, and that was good enough. Just depending on what school you go to. God damn. Girl, I'm talking about that motherfucking dumbass motherfucker that the people done told her she put out bad information. My motherfucking stalker. Shit. Little slow motherfucker. Get your ass on some goddamn way. I had to go through this again. Then the lady done already argued and shit. And you up there telling me she gonna argue. Bitch, she done argue. Bet you ain't know that either, did you? You think it mean she got to physically go in there and have another trial? I ain't got time. I ain't got time, baby. I ain't got time for this. Go pick on somebody else that's slow like you. And say the word wrench and shit for reach and shit. I ain't got time for this bullshit. I argue with somebody with fucked up outfits and shit. I ain't got time for this shit. I'm somebody's the bother. Just stop trying to motherfucking be a copycat. Everybody know where you get that your information from, especially when you start trying to talk in legal terms. Everybody know, and you don't even let my live. You don't. The live can't even go in the ground yet. And bitch, I don't take shit down. You don't want to hide shit. You don't want to hit that motherfucker when you first said you. I know R. Kelly personally. Sitting in your motherfucking room, ho. You don't want to hide shit. Lying ass beast. Get your ass out of here. Fucking retards. Mad. I ain't never made so many people mad in my life. Over what? I don't know you motherfuckers. That's a sickness. Why you so mad? Damn. I wouldn't care what the fuck you are, aren't, say, whatever. I'm stupid. I just tune in when you be trying to explain the law. I sit there and let you get it wrong. I don't give a fuck. Shit. Unmotherfucking believable. And up there counting and talking about all that shit. She talking about, and then she talking about, I said the lady ain't gonna say nothing about the Constitution, make arguments. I done read to y'all, and I said, and I pointed out where the constitutional argument was in her appeal. It's about the jury and it's about the bad acts evidence. I pointed that out. Just a fucking liar. Get your ass out of here. Motherfucker, just a group of liars. I don't get it. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Motherfuckers must be drunk that powder milk or something coming up. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with y'all. Find something to do. Y'all do too much. This ain't that serious. Every case is different, and you gotta approach it different. If somebody got a motherfucking a mountain of evidence or whatever, and it proves or it could prove the motherfucking facts in the case or the elements, which you don't know none of that, what that the fuck means. So get your ass on some motherfucking well. And don't come out here and try to show us that you know it because you're fucking it up. Because I'm not coming back on this motherfucker no more. Going back. Now explain this motherfucking shit. Got your motherfucking goddamn simple ass over there trying to correct something. Bitch, go back and correct all them lives that you spell enterprise wrong. Go back and do that instead of fucking correcting me. Go correct and say fictitious and shit. Go do a voiceover and shit and put fictitious where you keep saying fictitious. What the fuck to spell that? You the only person out here. The only person out here whose spell check don't work on your computer, your motherfucking phone, your tablet. You the only person. I got time for that bullshit. I know damn well you ain't take no motherfucking foreign language in school. I know damn well you ain't do that. No, you ain't do that. It's crazy. You're the only motherfucker that shit fucked up like that. Enterprise with an I. Huh? How old are you? And some motherfucking whole group that then you done marched with, then got civil rights speak with and shit. And every goddamn thing else. They named the motherfucking Enterprise. You ain't seen on their shirt? Yeah, I want you to come here. I promise God, I'm gonna take you around everybody I know, my family, my friends, baby. By the time they get finished, like, oh my God, what? Huh? Fictitious? Oh Jesus, huh? She's the Teamsters representative. She saved jobs. Girl, shit, by the time you motherfucking be up there, be talking about that motherfucking bad language and English and shit you be using, child them motherfuckers at that goddamn job, be like, that's all right, I ain't gonna get hired back. That's all right, I'm gonna lose my benefits and everything. That's all right, baby. Woo, shit, honey, no man. Do y'all know what a goddamn union representative is? Huh? Since you can run that motherfucking shit on y'all, all that want to be slick shit, city slick shit. But that shit don't get past him, baby. You trying to remix what I said or whatever, try to make me say, oh, she said, R. Kelly, let's get the bitch. No, the jury said it. The motherfuckers that took the stand said it. All that shit they got over there, they said it. The way the defense had to defend him, that's saying it. The fuck is you talking about? Dumbass motherfucker. Your ass on there. Now you don't have to remix that, bitch. If you don't understand, that's not my motherfucking problem. Because they could simply go in and argue this is an innocent man. Stupid motherfucker. Mad at me and shit. Yeah. Can't spell on the community board. You the only motherfucker around here. Well, them people that took, that picture you love to put up. Because when you think you killing the game with that motherfucker, them people took that picture and mocked it up. You're the only one they took your favorite picture and put that motherfucker up there and mocked it up. That should tell you something. They take fucked up pictures of everybody else and fuck them up, make them worse. But they took your favorite picture and added edges and a whole motherfucking updo. I couldn't even tell it wasn't your fucking hair. The fuck? You up here fucking with me. Talking about what you want to do. God, I wish the fuck you would. I'll choke the shit out your motherfucking ass. You ain't hear none of people say how I beat people's ass. I mean that. I tussle with men just to make sure my shit is still on motherfucking point. Bitch, get your ass up out of here. Your motherfucking crazy ass. Crazy as hell. Huffing and puffing. I know what's wrong with you motherfuckers. Huffing and puffing. Oh, and you motherfuckers on the. That's the second motherfucker done done that. Oh, I'm so mad. The fuck is wrong with you? It's you too. I don't know you bitches. I don't owe you shit. Your motherfucking ass somewhere and sit down. God damn. Motherfucking. You wanna tell me about to get. You wanna correct me, bitch? You couldn't correct me when I'm wrong, motherfucker. You can't do that. You can't auto-correct, motherfucker. You can't self-correct. You can't, figure out the hair thing. You can't do clothes, that mouth. Leave the fuck alone. Give a fuck about y'all motherfucking hate. Fuck y'all. And I mean that from the bottom of my motherfucking bone marrow. Fuck your motherfucking ass. And I almost said the motherfuckers that look like you. But I ain't gonna go there. You motherfuckers. Oh, the simple motherfuckers. Half of you on drugs, others on half fucked up and drunk, others slow, others. What the fuck? I'm not a human with octopus motherfucking features, motherfucker. I can't do all this. Go away. Go get some help. Go send a motherfucking classes. Say, hi, my name is whatever it is, and tell the people your motherfucking problem. Leave people the fuck alone. Get your ass out of here. I was in some goddamn competition with some motherfuckers that can't even compete, can't even do nothing. Get your ass out of here. Something wrong with you motherfuckers. Always on this bitch. With bullshit. Get your ass on. They done took your best picture you always put up. Like you the class motherfucking president. Clean and mean and ready to drink some motherfucking lean. And they done mocked it all up. I said, oh, she gonna be real mad about this. I ain't say nothing. I ain't say that, but that's See, them motherfuckers, the mean masters over there. They just grabbing pictures. They thought, shit. They done mocked it all up. What kind of shit is this? At least they don't take our class president pictures and shit and fuck them all up and put them on motherfucking people dancing and shit and all of that. And leave people alone. All you do. That's your only purpose in life is to fuck with people. Because people must be bullied you and fucked with your motherfucking ass. Your goddamn peculiar looking motherfucking curious looking ass. Always looking like you asking a fucking question. Your crazy ass. Your motherfucking ass some goddamn where. Leave people the fuck alone. Trying to tell me something about some goddamn law. Yeah, I'll listen to you if you tell me about whatever the fuck it is you do. I'll listen to that. All you do is copy, 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 copy. And original shit. Why don't you, if you know the motherfucking shit about the law, whatever, bitch, why you ain't the first one to say any of this shit? You was around here talking about the girls and talking about this here and that, and all the shit that didn't matter in the motherfucking court of motherfucking law. But now all of a sudden, it's not going to be in the law. Y'all with those theories and all this, that you had theories too. You a hypocrite, lying motherfucker. Why do I don't play when I'm lying? Dumb bitch. Get your ass up out of here. I'm fucking with people. I bitch, I kick your ass and Scrabble. Huh? Scrabble. You slow. It's anybody finna be in no challenge, no word puzzles and bingo and shit. Get your ass out of here. Oh, motherfucking goddamn dyslexic ass. Not that. Not that. Oh, non-talking ass motherfucker. Can't stand motherfuckers like that. Go on. I mean, go fucking on. Instead of standing on top of my motherfucking live, watching everything I say, do whatever, like a motherfucking goddamn bloodhound motherfucking flying wolf. Get your ass out of here with that bullshit. And I don't say nothing. Motherfuckers fucking with. You motherfuckers are disturbed, but ain't gonna do shit. But stay in that motherfucking house or stay in that circumference of that motherfucking town you motherfucking ass live in. But one day, bitch, they may have to go through this and subject themselves to the motherfucker that slow and shit. Talk to your motherfucking ass. I have no goddamn exchange of motherfucking words with no motherfucker like you. Damn, hand me down the motherfucking mayonnaise motherfucking sandwiches and sugar water and Kool-Aid and shit like that. Poking with the hot dogs cut up in the motherfucking poking beans and shit. Leave me the fuck alone. I have time for this shit. Now you done crossed the motherfucking law all up. And hollering and screaming like you right. And all that counting. Counting what? You can't learn the law on the fly. You can't sit here and listen to motherfuckers, whatever. Because you know what? Arguments are developed. First, you gotta know the basics. You gotta know what the basics on. What's the foundation? You got to know where you're going. You got to know how you're gonna challenge it. You so motherfucking mad. You're mad at motherfucking the girl over there, prima donna, putting up all kinds of shit and all that type of stuff. You mad because she goddamn seem like she's smarter than your motherfucking ass. Well, let me tell you, and I know you ain't gonna believe this, but it ain't that hard to be smarter than you. It's not. Get your motherfucking ass out of here. Every time you turn around, here your ass go. Can't never. I'm talking about, I'm original. You ain't original shit, bitch. You play other people's shit. You got to talk after other motherfuckers. You got to craft your life around another motherfucker. Got to come up off another motherfucker. Bitch, please. Only thing is original is the fact that you the only motherfucker on this bitch that can't get no motherfucking new growth. You the only bitch on this motherfucker that can't get no new growth. Everybody getting new growth. You know that dog you keep talking about the tears? He gets motherfucking new growth. Everybody on this motherfucker getting new growth. I'm always talking about somebody and up there smoking yourself to death. You don't shut the fuck up and leave me alone. Why don't you say nothing else about no motherfucking law that I said? If you gonna confuse the motherfuckers over there, bitch, pick another topic. You can go in other areas of the motherfucking law. Confuse them about something else. Shit. People that sat up here and read this shit and try to break it down or whatever, and in one motherfucking live, you don't come and fucked it all up. Sorry excuse for a motherfucking human bitch. Get your ass out. I wish you would, motherfucker, talking about what you feel like doing to me, ho. Let me see if this person's still listening. If they're listening, see if they're coming. Oh, it's at a good hour. Y'all, somebody wanted to come up here and say something. So so what y'all want to do? Do y'all want to play some music or talk about something else? Because I'm tired of cussing. It's pointless. Up there talking about some motherfucking money. Now this you want to talk about money? I can't even get this out of my motherfucking mouth. What it was, y'all? What like you got the right answer? Like they gonna give you the right answer? Money. Ain't no motherfucking argument, hoe. I don't give a fuck if you ain't got 2 quarters. Y'all gotta get coached up better than that. Your coach should be able to tell you you know, some pointers. When dealing with me, your coach should be able to tell you that. Motherfuckers. Yep, they'll shot at you. What's up, Dynamite? Stephanie Holloway, Queen Brielle, Karen Johnson, Miss Johnson. Oh, Sonya Davidson changed her thing. Marietta Jones, I said the rest of y'all. So tired of cussing. Dynamite, you know what? Is that you on that white man on your little moniker? Is that you? Yeah, you know what I want to do? I want to learn. No, I don't want to do that. I just thought about it. It's not that I'm scared of, the beach water and stuff like that, but I had bad experience in that beach water. So but I was gonna say I want to learn how to surf. Because it look easy. I don't know how the people get up on that goddamn board, though. That's the problem. I don't get that. Hey, Danny. Yes, are you still listening? Yeah, what y'all want to do? I want to know what y'all want to do. Cold as hell in this motherfucker. You fucking with somebody. And I always trying to life shame some motherfucker. Like, y'all life shame me over there with that starter shit. That starter house. Them starter cars and shit. The fuck? You know, fuck along, hoe. Sick of you. I'm mad because you make your own self look stupid. Not my fault. I know, but they know because they get up on that board and they try to bounce it, right? Okay. And then, they just, catch the waves and stuff. It's just like, because see, here's the thing, right? I can't skate, right? Like, I mean, I can just go forward a little bit, behind it. My hands be out like, baby, you know how when the little kids first learn how to skate, that's what I be doing. My hands be out, bitch. I be like, hey, hey. But I used to be able to skateboard. Not none of that shit they be seeing, you be seeing Lil Wayne them be doing. Not none of that. Nah. But I can skateboard, okay? I can catwalk on a skateboard and shit like that. And I can turn on my side and skate like that. And I can balance it. I can jump the curve and I can do stuff like that. It's just like twirling a baton. That stuff you don't forget. Now, for some reason, I don't know what's going on with me and a bicycle. I don't know about that. But we had went on long time ago. We went on a little spree, buying all kind of motherfucking white people toys, go karts and shit. So I know my ass can't do the bicycle. Know that for a fact. But I said if I can balance the the um the skateboard, I can balance the what's the name? Well, see, here's the problem, honey. I'm not going back far out there with that shit. I'm on real close to the curb, baby, on that skateboard, real close. Hell, my ass probably gonna be on the sand. I ain't going back there with them sharks. So, so does everybody know? I was gonna make sure y'all know that unless J-Bo gets called for an oral argument for this appeal, her arguments have already been filed. Bitch, when you was over there trying to explain a persuasive argument and persuasive brief, bitch, after you done sat on a ball of your motherfucking cool filter king smoking motherfucking ass listening to me, And what brand of cigarettes you smoke anyway, motherfucker? I ain't know nobody can still smoke on this goddamn planet. I done been out. I'm looking at all these people smoking. And they be vaping in public. I'm like, okay. And then sometimes some people walk by you and you can smell that CBD oil or whatever the fuck it is. That oil, that CDC oil, whatever the fuck that shit is. You can smell it and you be like, my God. They need to bring back the smell of the old weed. If they put the old weed in some of those places, or something that smell like that old weed and shit, child, please, they motherfucking revenue go up. Now that scent smelled good. this new weed, this weed that they make in the goddamn office and shit, that don't smell good to me. That oil, you can smell. Oh God, this girl was in there, so that shit was so motherfucking strong. She was holding on to the dude, and me and some strangers, we said, "My God, did you?" I smelled it. Oh, what is that about? 4/7 of the New York transcript. Let me go see. Now I'm talking OG. Yeah, they need to put the smell of the old weed in there, not the new weed. Get the old weed in the office. And we be like, wait a minute. And there we go. There we go. That's that smell. Oh, let me put a transcript up. Debate me about some motherfucking law. I ain't being wrong yet. Get your ass out of here. That's some motherfucking nerve. Can't even spell. Speak shit. Fucking spectacious. How to spell that? What does that mean? Yes, I wish you would bring your ass down here. I'd take you around the rudest motherfuckers you ever want to rule. Shit. The motherfuckers will make you write a thesis before you get the fuck up out of here. Okay. You said paid $41.72. Oh, I heard a pop. Hold on, let me see what that is. Yes.
How you doing, Ms. Walker?
What's good with?
None. How you doing?
I'm good. What's going on? What's going on?
I heard you. I'm sorry. Let me know if this mic is tripping. Yeah, I heard you. I heard you venting, and I tell you, Ms. Walker. Remember the old folks used to say, I ain't gonna let y'all worry me. You feel me?
The Lord.
Absolutely. And I tell you, I have a question for you. Why did our parents and grandparents teach us not to talk to strangers? I'll answer it. Well, let me answer it for you. Because strangers are strange. You feel me?
Oh, I like that. Y'all
Strangers
use
are
that. Strangers are
strange. They
strange, baby. They
strange and shit. You
strange,
feel
baby.
me? So
Yes, Lord
I
have
don't
mercy.
talk to strangers. I do not
Yeah,
talk to strangers. Strange ass people.
I got to get it back on track. Okay, all right,
Yeah, I don't
all right.
respond to none of it.
Fuck all y'all that got something to say. I ain't gonna respond. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just a waste of time. I don't recycle arguments and people trying to recycle old shit. I mean, for the love of God, Ms. Walker, have you ever in your life seen a person receive so much attention and so much vitriol and so much dissension, uh, just the detestability and the outright venomous, virulent hatred because they're someone's cousin? Have you ever seen some shit like this? I mean, to the point where people think about this, man. Think about this. Where people actually can wake up in the morning. Let me tell you something, Ms. Walker. When I wake up in the morning, I don't give a damn who's Jay-Z's cousin, who's Puff Daddy's cousin, who's Kanye's cousin. I don't give a damn who's President Clinton's cousin, President Trump. I can care less. But these people preoccupy their time and their minds like it's an obsession, bro. Like he's not R. Kelly's cousin, Jesus Christ.
These some crazy ass people. Listen, this is some shit here. This is the crazy shit here right here. I used to be looking crazy when, people be doing interviews or whatever it is, and you'll see in the chat, does R. Kelly know Dana? Does R. Kelly know Levi? Like, what the fuck? Like, what is wrong? Where am I? Who gives a fuck?
My God.
What?
My God. Sometimes there's been times where I've been watching like Larry's Live or something, and they had a couple of people on there. The people been in the chat, ask him, do you know Levi? Ask him, do you know Levi? And I be talking to my cousin. Why they saying I'm watching it? And I say, shit, you better ask Levi if he know them. You feel me? But I ain't tripping over that, man. Listen, Ms. Walker, I can, but I'm gonna tell you something. I gotta say this on your channel. I gotta say this. That it's only a continuum of what I've seen with Robert for years and years and years and years and years. And that is when you really know someone, Ms. Walker, which I'm quite sure you know celebrities. I've heard you speak about some. When you really know someone, you don't see them as a celebrity, for one. When you've had those intimate conversations and talk about life and regular stuff, I've never seen him as a celebrity. But these people who are obsessed with Levi and he's not his cousin, I mean, for the love of God, I mean, it's just a continuum of crazy, sick, psychopathic fans. Crazy, sick, psychopathic fans. He's not close to him. He's not close to him. And the man came on Storm and say, we're very close. God damn. I mean, what do you need? Listen, I wasn't on Storm's phone. I wasn't in Storm's studio. I wasn't on no three-way call. Storm is a very reputable, high-profile blogger. He's talking to my cousin. And the man says it clearly. We're very close. I can tell you, and if niggas want to put some money up, let's put some money up.
Okay.
I think you're a neutral person. Let Ms. Walker hold the money. I'll match it.
Yeah.
I can tell you assertively.
I'm on bet. I'm on bet too. I'm ready
You
to
feel
clean
me?
house, baby.
No doubt that
I'm a clean house.
That man has not corresponded with anyone except his attorneys, his girlfriends, at one time girlfriends, more than Levi. Put some on it. Put some on. You put it all on the table. I'm gonna say it again. Since my cousin has been in this situation, he has not corresponded. His minutes, if I were to calculate his minutes, y'all will be astounded at. He said to me, he said to me, he said, man, look, I got such and such minutes. Who do you think I've wasted the most minutes on except such and such and such and such than you? Like, not wasted, but who have I used my minutes? They can't call me. I have to call people, and I call you more than anyone. And that is what it is, Miss Walker. And I'm going to say this because I don't answer people. I don't go back and forth and beef with crazy people. But I'm going to say this. When you're in a situation like he's in, you want to speak to somebody who you know to be who and what they are prior to you getting in that situation. In other words, my cousin and I have always had real conversations. He's always known me to be who I am, and that is a real person who genuinely loves him. You know, so it is what it is. I ain't tripping about it. It's just crazy, bro. Like, I wish I would, man. Which I want to talk to you about, but I wish I would regress and back up to old arguments and lies and shit. When the legal train, Miss Walker, is on the track, I don't care who says what and what says who. For the first time in 4.5 years, I've spoken to so many people. I've received so much feedback where, for the first time, people are starting to see that R. Kelly got a raw deal. They're starting to see where R. Kelly was set up, plain and simple. And I'm not talking about just regular people. I'm talking about the D.L. Hugleys, the Vlads, so many people. A lot of the ball players have emailed me. Like, people in high circles are saying, wow, I didn't know this. You understand? So I'm not going to be sidetracked, deterred, distracted. I'm on this. I'm on the legal aspects of his case. Now, you said something last night when I was listening to you that I found quite interesting. And even though what you said was legally sound, I got it. You said that, and I'm paraphrasing, you said all the hoopla and the emotional arguments and he was set up, that's not going to have any bearing as it pertains to his appeals, and the court is going to be there are going to be legal arguments that can only free him. And the conspiracy theories, I think you said, and things of that sort are really don't have any weight in this situation. And when you said it, I said to myself, I said, she's right legally. However, and I'll say what I have to say and let you respond because I want your take on it. I said,
hold on for a minute. DJ Amazing, you had something to say? DJ Amazing. DJ Amazing. Go ahead, Levi.
On the thing? Is that him?
Yeah, that's DJ Amazing. I don't know what's going on.
DJ Amazing. Now, here's the deal. Conventional thinking, I would agree. When it comes to conventional thinking as it pertains to the law and these court cases and what's going on with appeals and this, that, and the third. However, in the case with Robert, I think that you would have to agree that this case was first put forth or placed forth in the court of public opinion. From my understanding, at least 6 of those jurors, correct me if I'm wrong, I can assure you that 6 of those jurors, I don't know if it was the alternate jurors combined, but 6 of those jurors had watched Surviving R. Kelly. That is a fact. Mm-hmm. And so anyone watching that docuseries, it was so strategically done. It was so conspiratorially done. It was so, they were so, you got to give them an A+ on how they put it together. So that one docuseries, when I heard the the model, forgot Tyson Beckford.
Mm-hmm.
When I heard the model Tyson Beckford calling for Robert to be harmed in prison, and right
Mm-hmm.
now, yeah, he did. He went on Vlad and said they should basically shank him. They should do this, that, and the third. And right now, everyone's waiting. Those who, let's just say, with that rumor lingering that he was in fact attacked. I haven't spoken on it because I don't know it to be factual, but we will know. I'll put it to you like that. However, the public perception, you have charges and you have what you talked about, and that is theories and rumor, conjecture, innuendo. People, you've heard it 1,000 times, and that is people have been saying this about R. Kelly. Everybody knows he likes kids. We've heard that 1,000 times. That's fine. This urban myth of R. Kelly likes kids, this, that, and the third, it did not become an actual tangible reality until the Lifetime docuseries was created. And when they created it, they operated off of that false premise that they would be able to gain an audience by perpetuating that lie, by perpetuating the lie that he's a pedo, which even the judge, even that's not even in the court record. That's a lie. So because public opinion, in my lifetime, this is the first time I've actually seen public opinion and a propaganda-led media machine produce a body of work that infected and influenced other media outlets, that infected and influenced the entire Black population, such to the extent that when it was time, let me back up. More importantly, that influenced and infected our judicial Department of Justice, be it state and federal, where they felt, based on a docuseries, that they needed to conduct an investigation, which you would probably say, well, even though an investigation ensued, they would have had to have found tangible evidence to bring him up on these charges. That's the conventional mind would say, well, they would have had to find tangible evidence. However, I disagree. I strongly disagree. You see how what I'm talking about right now, Ms. Walker, and what we're discussing right now ain't got nothing to do with Levi and R. Kelly's cousin. You feel me? You feel me? I'm talking about real tangible shit. I'm talking about the whole entire world reading text messages confirming that he was set up. I'm not going back and forth with crazy people and going. I ain't the YouTube shit. I ain't doing that. I'm talking about real stuff. So you have the Justice Department. I would argue, for those who say, well, they had to find tangible evidence. Well, I believe personally that if a Justice Department, prosecutors, and all of them embark upon a mission, embark upon an investigation to determine whether or not an American citizen is guilty or innocent, well, predicated on what? Predicated on a docuseries. So me personally, the mere fact that you would conduct these inquiries and investigations about concerning a high-profile individual like Robert, the fact that you would use your resources to look into something that Dream Hampton and a group of reality show producers produced, that tells me right there, I can't trust you. That speaks to me that there is an inauthentication. You're not authentic. It tells me right there that you are capable of corruption, for one. Now, I say it, And anybody that knows me, trust me, I don't speak too many words that I cannot back up. That's a fact. Listen to me. When I say something, I can back it up. That's why you never hear me accusing people, and you never heard me attacking even Don Russell. You never heard me call that man this, that, he did that. I don't know. I got to get the tangible proof, right? So the tangible proof that in my eyesight, from my observation, that the prosecutors, and I'm gonna get to the legal part, what we're talking about, but the fact that they were that they leaned on the side of corruption is simple. The text messages confirm that. When Jane Doe number 5 was asked, were you aware that your mother or your parent or your mom was text messaging the defendant? And she says, not at that time, no. Not at the beginning, no. Mm-hmm. Well, the text messages, Ms. Walker, that they had in their possession confirmed during the first encounter, Jane Doe number 5's mother was informing her that he wants to meet at the Dolphin Hotel. He said he's going to get a room. She's the third party. That's from the beginning. Off rip. She's aware that she's asking her, what did he say? You should have told him, we know a studio here. You shouldn't have. Why did you agree to me meeting him at a hotel room? This is what she said. Okay. So that tells me right there that the prosecutors, when they asked her that, they knew she was not telling the truth. So if they covered that up, how many other things that they've covered up? But however, as it pertains to this legal process, I wanted to say to you that, yes, you're right as it pertains to legal arguments and that which is absent of conspiracies. That's what's going to count in court. However, if Ms. Bonjean is blessed to get him a retrial, I think now that the narrative, the accurate, truthful information is out there, that those parents sat on Lifetime on that major platform and told outright lies. Listen to me, people, because I don't give a fuck about nobody. I want to make this clear. But my cousin in this situation. Let me explain this to you. I heard black people the other day, last week, all over social media, revisiting the white woman who just recently passed away, who falsely accused Emmett Till. And I saw all these black people. I hope she burn in hell. This, that, and the third. Da. My question to y'all is, what is the difference between what that woman did and falsely pointing a finger at him, Emmett Till, having him dragged out of his aunt's or whoever's home and brutally killed based on a lie? What is the difference between what that white woman did and what those parents did on Lifetime? Sitting there giving a total inaccurate account of what really transpired, and it resulting in Robert being placed in a life-threatening situation, being deprived of his life and his liberty. What's the fucking difference? Excuse me for swearing. Let me calm down. There's no difference.
What?
That white woman said Emmett Till tried to rape her. He whistled it. It ain't no different than a person sitting there saying, we didn't even know he had slid her the number, but we didn't know he'd already put her number in his phone. So while we were going about our parental duties and as parents minding our business, we didn't know that she was texting R. Kelly at the very beginning behind our backs. And the text messages confirm irrefutably that she was not. They were. If Robert, God forbid, is harmed in prison, what is the difference between what the white woman did to Emmett Till when you compare what they did to him? God damn. How
Okay,
can... Go ahead.
I'm trying to understand. Okay, so you're saying that now with regards to Emmett Till, if I'm not mistaken, that was more of a false accusation. And this would be an example of miscarriage of justice. That would be a false accusation, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that lady accused him of doing something that he did not, that they say he did not do. And back then, the proof that he did it was substantial because of course, it was white people and so on and so forth, whatever. But they didn't have, corroborating evidence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is a little different with this R. Kelly thing. And that's why no one, his attorneys, didn't go in there, because there is a defense that you craft around someone being innocent, that they did not do it. There's a defense for that. That's what I was trying to get dumb to understand. But never mind. We're going to, this is the part, honey, where you need to tune off, because you ain't going to get it. So don't worry about it. So that's a defense. Okay. That is a defense. Just straight up innocence. That's a defense. So, but that wasn't his defense. His defense was an exculpatory defense or an affirmative defense or whatever. Anything that would justify or excuse the behavior or what have you, or what the allegations or whatever. Okay. That's the only way that you can cut. You can't go in nowhere arguing someone is innocent when they have this, that, and the third. When they have all those forms of evidence.
Jojo, if you listen, I need my sniper. Jojo, you better come in here. I need the sniper, because Miss Walker about to go crazy when I say this.
I'm not about to go. I'm not about to go crazy. I'm trying to explain to you. We're talking about defenses. I'm not talking about whether nobody's innocence or guilt. So nobody run with that shit. I'm talking about crafting your defense. This is something totally different. Okay? So you cannot see, how can you what kind of defense you're going to craft when you got people corroborating people and other evidence corroborating people and corroborating the other evidence and stuff like that. Because see, listen, you can't say that certain encounters didn't happen. And I'm not even talking about whether it was underage or not. I'm not even talking about that. Take that off the table. Take that off the table. I'm talking about, Mo, you want your camera on? Something going on with you. You want your camera on? I'm talking about, you up here, Mo. I'm talking about, what are you going to, are you saying that they should have came in with a defense of he is innocent?
May I respond?
Go ahead.
This is what Brother Jojo talks about. This is what you just displayed exactly what he talks about. And Brother Jojo, I know you and Miss Angie might be arguing. Well, I don't know what's going on, but I need my sniper on the goddamn roof now. Don't leave your mans out here like this. Come on in, Brother Jojo. Do it for the culture. You feel me? Do it for the culture.
They woke culture. We woke
culture, Brother Jojo. Now let me back up. I want y'all to play this back, those who watch this in the future, and watch how Miss Angie, how academia and those who are trained by academia to think. Listen, Brother JoJo, she took a real world statement, and right before y'all very eyes, she translated it into a legal white man's academia.
Oh, no.
Now let's go back on what Levi said. I said, what is the difference between what that woman did to Emmett Till by lying on him about a alleged sexual crime and what the parents did by lying on Robert about an alleged sexual crime? Now listen, the penalty back then for a black man or a young black boy or whoever, if a white woman point a finger and say he tried to wink at me, or he tried to flirt with me, or he tried to touch my bosom, or he tried to do this, and he tried to, back then in that part of the country, the penalty was death. Well, that means when you make such an accusation, you know what the penalty is. When she said that, Ms. Mo, I'm gonna let y'all talk and I'm gonna be quiet. I want to make myself clear right here, and I'm gonna shut the hell up and listen to y'all. So she knew what the potential penalty would be for that. Are you trying to tell me when you have two parents painting a picture that Robert Kelly took their 17-year-old daughter behind their backs, put his number in her phone, and was sex messaging and text messaging and talking dick and pussy talk to a 17-year-old? Excuse my language. I got to bring it home clear. Are you trying to tell me why the parents are going about their way as parents do? I didn't know my 17-year-old daughter was in the bed with over here sex messaging and text messaging R. Kelly. But as you sit there and you say this for a worldwide audience, you know the potential of what that can cost him his life. It can cost him, before he was arrested, someone could have came up on him and blew his brains out. Because you are saying some words that are not only incendiary and inflammatory, you're making accusations against a man that could get him killed. So as you're sitting there giving this false story, as you're saying this, the truth of the matter is that they told the child to say she was 18. The truth of the matter is that they were the ones text messaging him and sex messaging him to put to dangle the bait in front of him so he will bite it. And then hopefully once he bites it, we can monetize this situation and get money out of it. So when I said to you, what is the difference? I wasn't talking about the legal world. I'm talking about in the real world, Ms. Walker. You have people, niggas in your family. I got niggas in my family who, if a woman or a kid or somebody, even a dude, come to them and say, man, I just went over there and over to their house and they beat me and robbed me. You got some family members in every black family down there that your grandmother, your mother, your auntie would say, don't go tell your uncle. Don't go tell your cousin. Don't go tell your brother. Because what? They're no nonsense. I knew crackheads that got into stuff, and the crackhead and the niggas on the block was disrespecting the crackhead. That's a crackhead. Beat the hell out the crackhead. But guess what? When I saw it, I said, okay. I tried to stop it. I said, man, don't do that. No, we about to beat his ass. But they didn't know that I knew that crackhead had a brother that stayed on the east side of town that was about that business. So now you've opened up a can of worms because there's a penalty to pay for what you do to people. And that white woman knew it was a penalty when she said that about Emmett Till. And those parents knew that there would be a penalty for R. Kelly where he would have to pay, maybe with his life, for us to sit here and pretend that he took our 17-year-old daughter behind our back and orchestrated what they say he orchestrated, when we know in all actuality he was oblivious to it. Mm-hmm. And perhaps the daughter was oblivious to it. They were the orchestrators in it. So that's all I'm saying, Ms. Walker. I'm going to be quiet and listen. And something else you said real quick. Something else you said when you were speaking, you said that, what do you want to say? That he's innocent? You were saying how Emmett Till was innocent. Well, I was speaking specifically about those parents in Django number 5. And yes, not only was he innocent, because in your law books, I don't give a damn as an FBI agent, DEA, FBI, ABC, 1, 2, 3. There's a certain thing as entrapment. Nigga get caught with 20 keys, 2 AK-47s. If that defense attorney can show whether DEA, FBI entrapped him, the case goes down the toilet stool. So that same law and constitution and those laws, especially federally, the man was entrapped. In addition to that, what Jane Doe number 5 said in her first interview with Gayle King, she spoke the truth. But nobody, I was like, wait a minute, this sounds crazy. When she said, well, first of all, my parents told me to tell him that I was 18. Well, goddamn, y'all. When people heard that back then, they said, no, he's in the room coughing. He's telling her what to say. This, that, and that. Robert told her to say that. Robert put the text, all that. But then you read the text messages and what she said was absolutely true. Girl, you know you're going to tell him eventually that you're 17. You know eventually you're going to have to hide your ID in the car and this, that, and the third. So I wasn't talking about legally, Ms. Walker. I was saying from a world perspective, in this world, what they did was identical to what that white woman did with Emmett Till. And really worse, because the white woman who lied on Emmett Till wasn't trying to get no money out the motherfucking deal. The white woman who lied on Emmett Till wasn't trying to get no money out the deal. She was just a low-down devil. These individuals were trying to get money out the deal. That's what motivated the lies. Now, I'm going to be quiet. I ain't saying nothing else. Go ahead, y'all.
Right. Before you get started, Mo, let me say something. I want you to be clear on what I'm saying. I'm not saying whether nobody is innocent or guilty. I'm not saying that. That has nothing to do with what I'm saying. Right now, I am talking defense. I am talking strategy. That is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about defenses and strategy. Okay? So, not what they claim Emmett Till to be as innocent. Okay, they saying that he didn't do none of this, and which means that unless somebody planted some evidence on him and false accusations and false witness stuff and all of that, and the prosecutors had there was some prosecutorial misconduct and all of that fell in line, then that was a miscarriage of justice. Because this person was wrongfully convicted. Wrongfully convicted. R. Kelly, on the other hand, whether he did it or not, I'm not saying whether he did it or not. What I'm saying is that there is evidence that supports the facts and the elements of which the prosecutors must prove on. Okay? So, and per the jury and the judge's rulings, that is what happened. Now, if you're saying that stuff they had, not just, when testimony is evidence, not just what Jane Doe number 5 testified to, all of them, and everything they have, if you're saying that it's planted, it's manufactured, it's whatever, this, that, and the third, whatever, because that's an innocent man, he didn't do none of that, that's a different argument. That's a whole new different argument. I wish SpongeBob was in here.
Okay? You're wrong.
Huh?
You're totally wrong.
How I'm totally wrong?
I'll tell you why. I go back to the salsa, and you know this. The salsa that we put on our chips, the salsa. I've said it on that when that salsa is produced, when most food products are produced, there's an assembly line. They'll drop this in it, they'll drop that in it. And when you take the complete product of that salsa when it comes off the assembly line, just like a car when it comes off the assembly line, if there is one defect in that vehicle, if there is, and you know this, as you know this more than me, if there's one major defect in that salsa where there's salmonella in the onions, but the peppers and all of that is fine, but they found on the farm it was salmonella in the onions. They're going to recall all of the salsa. They're not going to say, what we need y'all to do is pour the sauce out in a bowl, take all of the onions out. They're going to say, no, bring the salsa back. It's like with a car. If there's a defect where the gas tank might blow up because a small little bitty piece, computer piece, bring the vehicle back, report to your dealership, we'll give you a loaner, bring it back. So when you say, well, and I'm sorry, Miss Mocha, I'm gonna be quiet, but I had to say this. Is Ms. Walker still there?
I'm here.
So when you say, see, the prosecution chose, and you know this, when they put their cases together, they don't want any chinks in their armor. They don't want any bad onions in the salsa. They're very careful when they put their prosecutions together. So when you say, well, did he do this to this? Did he do that to that? These cases were not tried separately. All of these cases in this RICO Act were tried. All of these alleged victims, they chose to put them all in the salsa. So that means what? If when they did that, they knew, well, this is a calculated attempt right here now, because if Jane Doe number 5s, if she sits on that stand, I don't care who said what and what said who. Had that young lady sat on that stand when she was asked, were you aware that your mother was texting as the defendant? Yes, I was. And my mama and my daddy, damn it, told me to tell him I was 18. And this occurred and that occurred. And I can't sit here under oath and lie. It's true that we set him up. I don't give a damn if 10 victims came up there. Those jurors would have said, we have a judicial responsibility to find this man not fucking guilty, because the prosecution chose to put salmon in the salsa. Let me be quiet and let Miss Mo talk. And
Go
y'all
ahead, because I got a long, it's a, toe up the process. Go ahead.
Well, hopefully I can get at least half of my thoughts out right now, because I don't think in the entire time that I have listened to Levi that he has ever said anything more incendiary for me than what he has been saying over the past 10 minutes. I couldn't get my computer together in time. As soon as he started that Emmett Till argument, I was set off.
But this I think Ms. Mo, didn't you go to HBCU?
No, I did not.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind. Because I'm surprised them HBCU people ain't attack your ass. But go ahead, Mo.
And they should be doing something right now. If not, somebody's slacking on the job, period.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and I'm going to need a bit here to express many thoughts.
Go ahead.
I take such extreme issue to equating R. Kelly's situation in any fashion to Emmett Till, to suggest that R. Kelly is some sort of martyr who would have been, just by virtue of the philosophical pieces, by virtue of someone lying on him, that he is his plight in which he participated or contributed to such plight, that he should be stood beside a person who was harmed simply for nothing but existing, for breathing and having brown skin at the same time. I have no idea whatsoever how we continue to go in this vicious cycle when it comes to this case by trying to make it a one factor or as Andrew would say, a one element case. It is not. And when we continue to try to grossly oversimplify what it is that actually the facts at least that were laid out before multiple juries at this point, and multiple juries have said this is an issue. This person did things that meet the elements. But no, we try to circle it back and go, well, it's just about Azriel and her age or her parents or whoever that person. Sorry, I meant to say Jane Doe number 5. So Jane Doe number 5 or whomever, how it came to be that she made the connection with him. No, what you're asking in that situation is you're asking for her to help with the cover up. You're not saying nothing ever happened at all that was inappropriate. No, you're saying, well, he was, quote, set up. Even if we get to that, and I have said before, I believe any sort of setup, tricking, whatever, and even what we know in those text messages, that's not acceptable for me, right? I have said that. However, I see no way whatsoever do we not then have to look at all of the other elements. It isn't just Azriel. It isn't. It was multiple people that they laid out. And I get why y'all get hung up on Azriel because of the time frame and Ricos and all these things like that. But there is still multiple people there. There's multiple pieces of evidence. There are even things that his attorneys have conceded to that he actually did. And everyone tries to make that it's okay. On top of that, getting hung up then on, well, it's a bit about the age thing that people are so bent out of shape about, right? That shouldn't be an issue. It is more than that. Even if these girls and women had been in their 50s and 60s, the things that we are hearing that was done to them and the evidence that suggests that those things did occur is absolutely abhorrent. And there should be no reason why we would reconcile out and say, well, as long as they're 18, then they can be spanked. They can have things rubbed on their face. They can have all kinds of absolutely debasing acts done to them. And we're going to say, okay, because you're 18, that means that there's no problem with that. Even so, with this particular case, I don't really count anything with Azriel until the moment that she told him, I am 17. That is when all the setup goes out of the window. Even if we were to lock up every parent on Azriel's side of the family, we locked them all up. The moment she said, I am 17, he had a duty to act. He acted insufficiently. Very similarly to what we hear about Aaliyah. Very similarly to what the whole world nearly, I never did, I've only seen screenshots, but we all saw with our own 2 eyes on that video. You sat here and tried to say that there is nothing about this man whatsoever and that we all just made up a myth. We all went to sleep one day, woke up, looked at the back of the Cracker Jack box, and it said, hey, y'all should just start believing that R. Kelly is a pedophile. No, the world started believing R. Kelly was a pedophile when the Aaliyah receipt came forward. And then they absolutely started believing it when everyone went to the corner or the block or wherever it was, or YouTube or wherever they was finding it, and they saw that video that everyone tries to sit there and disregard as if it's not a thing. That's the reason why I think that R. Kelly has a problem. Not because of any of the 17, the surviving R. Kelly. Surviving R. Kelly only solidified for people the rumors that they had heard, and many of them, the video that they saw with their own 2 eyes, but we disregarded it as a people. So no, I have an extremely hard time like even allowing my brain to accept in any way that Emmett Till, whose birthday not too long past, rest in strength, that his situation, his existence with brown skin can be equated to someone that we saw on video doing absolutely debasing things to a very, very young person who has then taken the stand and confirmed that. Yes, maybe her parents did know, but that is still on that video and he had a choice. We cannot sit here and act like he did not have a choice and that he should not be held responsible for his choices. Emmett Till did not have a choice to be Black and in a racist society. That's the difference. And that is the reason why, even if there is lying on either one, there are totally different circumstances and levels of vulnerability that have to be honored with the Emmett Till situation that absolutely cannot and will not be honored for someone who made consecutive choices, multiple choices over 30 years that contributed to where he is now.
Yes, ma'am. May I respond?
I'm gonna let Andrew take the rest of it. I need to take a couple deep breaths. You always get me fired up over here. As soon as he started opening his mouth, I said, "See, he's trying to bait me, right?"
He's trying to bait me. Go ahead, Levi.
Well, I need my sniper. Where JoJo at, man? Why you gonna leave me out here like this in the field? Listen.
You can call whoever you want.
No, JoJo would tear you up right now if he was here, but that's fine. I'll handle it. I'll do the best I can, JoJo. Listen. Let me start off by saying this. I'm going to dismantle everything you just said. Let me start off by saying that in my, walks in life, as God is my witness, those individuals, and this is not disrespectfully, I'm not saying it disrespectfully, but those individuals who were produced through academia, you all have listen now. I'm a street and a scholar. You heard me? Listen, you all have a common thread, several common threads that run through you. And this is so funny because I've sat with the best of them and they can't do nothing with me because I can anticipate what you're going to say. Now, the Emmett Till dynamic, that situation, I understand that most Black academicians, they like to romanticize. Listen, you all like to romanticize the civil rights situation and Dr. King and Medgar and Emmett Till and this one and that one. But Emmett Till was one of thousands, if not tens of thousands, who suffered the same brutal fate. And that is not to in any way disrespect his life and the brutality in which he lost it. I'm saying to you, miss, whether it's Emmett Till, whether it's a crack dealer on the corner, all of us have been subjugated and subjected to a corrupt legal system. Now, you said multiple juries found him guilty, and then you seem to base your full position, something you can hang your hat on the 2002 whatever that alleged sex tape. Now, well, miss, if we're going to say multiple juries found him guilty, in those multiple juries, which were 3 from my understanding, one of them found him not guilty on the very crime that you say he committed. Check this out. And if you look at that 2008 case, it was not really whether or not Robert had done this on a sex tape. That jury or certain jurors back then in 2008, they were following the law. And that is, we're not just going to take a tape. We're not going to take what the rumor is and conjecture, innuendo, and what people say and all of that. We're going to look at the whole dynamic. We're going to look across the whole table, and we're going to put every piece on the table, and we're going to make our determination from that. And that one juror, the white guy, when he spoke on Lifetime, he made it clear, as a real true juror, an upholder of the United States Constitution, a real true United States citizen said, they asked him, why did you find him not guilty in 2008? He said, I'm going to be honest with you. I did not find any of the women that sat there talking about him to be credible. Credible is the operative word. It is the credibility of a witness. And I'm sorry, Miss Mo, I understand. Listen to me. I have seen, and I'm about to end this. I have read and watched the news in Detroit about situations where a baby was killed. Listen to me. A baby was shot and killed, about 2 years old. And I remember watching that on the news at night, and it made me sick. And I remember the police on there talking, and they said, when they arrived to the home, it was a guy sitting on the porch who, with a gun, they told him to drop the gun. He threw the gun, put him in handcuffs. When they went inside of the house, there was a baby on the floor, 2 years old, that guy had shot and killed. And I remember saying to myself, and to some people I knew, I said, this is why I could not be a police officer. Because I would have definitely taken the law into my own hands. I would have definitely gave him his gun back, taken the bullets out, maybe left the bullet in there, spun the damn thing, handed it to him, and said, run, do whatever you want to do. You have one bullet, and I would have blown him away, which would have been murder. Premeditated murder on my part. But as a police officer, there's no way in the hell I'm going to go in a house and watch a baby, an innocent child, lay there shot by this nigga. Well, he was crazy. Well, he wasn't that crazy. He didn't turn a gun on himself. So street justice and vigilante thinking has its place, and I am one who subscribes to that. I get it. Everything you just said, I'm not going to say it was emotional, but it was predicated on the idea that R. Kelly did these things. And I don't care what happened with Jane Doe number 5. Listen to me. And you said there are others. There are others. In the New York case, can you please name them? Name their names. I'm not saying you can't, but most people could name them alleged victims' names in New York because the only real prominent name they knew was Jane Doe number 5. So if I'm going to condemn a United States citizen, and I'm going to say he smeared feces, or he did this, or he gave this one herpes, or this, that, and the third, everything that you talk about, if Levi, God forbid, which would have never happened, had 10, 15 tapes of me telling women, young girls, you just said it, 18 or not. That's what you said. That's what she said, Ms. Walker. She said 18 or not, meaning what I just spoke about, she's operating from a non-constitutional vigilante mindset. She says 18 or not. But that premise of 18 or not, then you don't have a case. So check this out. If I were to, they find tapes of me telling young girls 18 and over, bitch, what you say? Sit your ass down. Get a pen on them, whatever. They can't give me 20, 30 years in prison for that. These acts of giving someone herpes, a person will get a year of probation for that. They go on a 1,000 domestic dispute calls a day where they see the man, the older man, and took his fist and knocked this 20-something-year-old woman on the other side of the room, slapped the hell out of her. They charge him with a domestic crime, and what he's going to do, maybe 1 or 2 years in jail or prison if he has priors, maybe 5. But let's get back to what's really at play. What's really at play is that if the juror in 2008 says, I didn't find none of them to be credible. Are you trying to tell me that these individuals who have testified, are you trying to tell me that someone like I ain't gonna say her name, but the woman who claimed she was at the video shoot and she was 17, but she was 18? This 17, 18 threshold is played out over and over and over again. You said once he found out she was 18, that should have been it. Well, if the parents who sent her set it up to get money, and at that time he had been sleeping with her allegedly for 4, 5, 6 months. At that time, they had video footage of him at the Dolphin Hotel, them taking pictures. If at that time he had already committed the crime under false pretenses of thinking that she was 18 and she was 17, but you have parents who are out for the bag. You have parents who are out to blackmail them and to make sure they get something out the deal. What would have happened had he said, oh, you're 18? What the fuck? Now, I agree with you on this. That's what I agree with you on. I really do. When he discovered she was, or really, when the police or hotel security knocked at the door, I wish my cousin had had the wherewithal to say, this is some setup shit. Now, keep in mind, the mother's the one texted him, setting it up for her to be at the Dolphin Hotel. She gets in the room. They, in their plan to create a paper trail, they knock on the door. The police, wait, hold on. But the call was not that she's a minor in the room with him. The call was, we're missing our daughter. Just to make a paper trail, we're missing our daughter. I tell you, and common sense would tell you, they never told what either hotel security or the police that she was 17. Because if that were so, what the father said on Choke No Joke, it would have played out just like that. What the father said on Choke No Joke, they would have said, well, Miss, young lady, I don't give a damn. If your phone was turned off airplane mode, you are a minor. Your parents are looking for you. We must take you with us.
Whose father said something on Choke No Joke?
The father said,
Jane Doe number 5?
Yes, ma'am. He said on Choke that they removed her from the room. That they removed her from the room, brought her down. She left with them, and my cousin and his people jumped in a bus and whatever and just ran. The text messages confirmed that was a goddamn lie, Miss Mo. The text messages confirmed that. I'm sorry. The text messages confirmed that. I don't know why. That she spent the night. That she went back the next day. He did not jump and run. But this is what the father said on Choke No Joke, that the police, when they looked around, he was gone. The text messages confirmed that he was there in that Florida area for more than 2 days. So what I'm saying to you, while I understand your vigilantism, you're thinking, well, he did all these things, this, that, and the third. I'm sorry. Newsflash, in America, the way our system works is that you cannot take bad acts and you can't do that. If the prosecutors are that if they're that corrupt, that they would know that the parents were complicit, that they would know that Jane Doe number 5 sat on the stand and told several lies and cover it up, then I can't believe none of it. If a nigga robbed the place, shot 3 people, put the gun, threw the gun in but then I find out that the officers planted a gun up under his seat. He just robbed this place for $35,000, shot at some people. If I'm a juror and it's confirmed that they planted a gun up under the man's seat, I don't give a damn how many people he robbed that day. I have a responsibility, a civil duty, a civic duty to our Constitution to say, no, I can't find him guilty, even though he may have done this. But those who are in charge and are charged with the responsibility of carrying out the judicial process in the most prudent way, they have a responsibility also. And that is to make sure that there's no corruption. I am a purist when it comes to the law. Listen, I'm a purist when it comes to the law. That goes for anybody. I told people that what they were doing to Donald Trump, I felt was politically motivated. I don't agree with what they're doing to Donald Trump. And niggas lost their mind. What you mean? And I said, because I believe in the law. And I know that this is politically motivated. Now, had they been charging him with that insurrection, that's another thing. You feel me? So that's all I'm saying, Ms. Mo, is that as a Black person who was produced through these high halls of academia, you're a very intelligent woman. You are ultra intelligent, both you and Angie, but I get it. Emmett Till, hands off. Rosa Parks, hands off. Dr. King.
No. You're taking liberties with my argument that I actually must object to. Okay, so I never said any of that. You used Emmett Till as an example, which is why that's what was discussed. It is never lost on me we will never be able to even begin to think of all of the names that went before and alongside those same names. We just have those individuals as what we would call the face of the civil rights movement. Okay, so I never said that, and I never made that claim or that argument. So I think for you to try to suggest that I'm only having an issue because it is Emmett Till, no, he is a martyr, just like everyone else's names that we did not know who passed in a similar fashion. They are also martyrs that unfortunately are unnamed. Now, who is not a martyr is R. Kelly. Because again, we must go back to the key point of my argument is there is choice. The reason why we view slavery pretty much universally around all but around the globe is because choice is removed from the individuals and then the brutality that is coupled with it. That is the reason why.
Let me ask you a question.
Sorry, my computer almost timed out. So I'm not done. Let me so here that's the issue right here. That you are oversimplifying and quite frankly distracting from. I'm not speaking for Angie on that part, but I feel confident that she's coming from the very same place, that we're not saying it's just because it was Emmett Till. We're saying it because Emmett Till was a martyr whose choice was taken away and brutality ensued, some of the absolutely most abhorrent behavior of our American history as we know it. And the same goes for everyone else who is unnamed. We're not saying that. What we're saying is that you are equating someone who made conscious choices on repeat for 30 years with someone who had no choice and was brutalized. There is a difference, an absolute difference in that. On top of that, and Angie, after I say this, there, in my personal opinion, and based upon what I know of the law and what we've discussed here over these last several years, is there are no perfect convictions and there are absolutely no perfect witnesses.
Is that her phone or mine?
Oh,
it might be yours.
That's probably mine.
I hear y'all. I hear both of y'all.
I'm listening.
Okay. So there are no perfect convictions. There are no perfect witnesses. There is no perfect testimony. However, you cannot continue to try to, again, oversimplify. And really, in this case, it's more of a drastic fallacy in your logic by saying that if there's even one lie, because you're a purist, if even one lie or what have you is said, then that means that everything related to that particular case will be thrown out the window. We are humans. Okay, so there's going to be some level of error, and Angie, correct me if I'm wrong, there's going to be some level of error in everybody's testimony. Point blank, period. So if you're saying if there's one drop, that's almost like the one drop rule back in the day. If you had one drop of black blood, you automatically became black. So now you're saying that that's the same thing when it comes to testimony. So if she said one lie or one thing happened that was out of sequence, or if there are multiple things even, let me give you a perfect example right now. I'm going to give you, just tell you a little bit about myself. Okay. I went to Christopher Newport University. I went to the University of Southern California. I went to Virginia Tech. I live in Virginia, and I own a Dodge. I just told you about 4 facts that are true, but I also told you one that was a lie. That doesn't mean that everything that I said that was true is now lost. It doesn't work like that. In the system, I absolutely believe that our system can be and is all but irrevocably broken in many ways. But to say that our system that is set up to say, hey, yes, some people might lie. Yes, some people might tell the truth more than others. It's this whole spectrum, but we leave it up to the jury, and the jury is allowed to accept parts of testimony and not accept other parts of testimony. That is allowable according to the jury instructions that we heard, that they get to weigh against what they have heard. And clearly, if they did convict on at least some of those charges with Azriel, perhaps I'm sure they went to the back just like we all have to go, something still feels weird, right? Something's weird. But then when they went and looked at the corroborating evidence to some of the other things they were saying, they're like, well, I believe that part. Why can't you accept that it's possible to also say there's things that they said, hey, we believe this person, even if we thought they lied about the parents or how they got there or whatever the case may be. And then the last thing I'll say is, yes, I said this, no matter what the person's age is, I find it to be unacceptable. The law finds it to be unacceptable to mistreat them. That is because I value human life, and I especially value Black life, and I especially value female life. So yes, if I hear, or if the reports that we have seen in the videos that now we know exist, more than one, that there's some of the behavior that was done to females that he was with that I believe is deplorable and the law believes is deplorable. That's what that is. I got to take a quick call, but I'm going to be here listening.
Okay. So, Levi, but listen, here's the problem where you cannot call us wrong or me wrong. And I'm not saying I'm never wrong. That's not what I'm saying. Because you do not accept the process and the procedures of the law. You don't accept that. Okay, just say there was some errors and defects and deficiencies that occurred during the trial, right? Just say that. Then there are remedies that have been developed to handle whatever it is, right? Whatever it is. And it's not all, oh, leave it at the bottom. There you go. And it's not just always, oh, new trial, or you can find somebody, innocent because somebody told one lie or this, that, and the third, whatever. It just simply don't work that way. So you are rejecting the process of the law. So you can't say that I'm wrong just because you don't agree with the law. I don't understand how you stringing all of this together. Like, just okay, they get on the stand. Right now, here's the thing. Somebody gets on the stand. Well, the process, if somebody's is on the stand and they're lying, then the defense is supposed to get up there and you can't call them liars, okay? But definitely go down a line of questioning, which would show that person is lying. And of course, even including getting, being fronted with, a previous statement or whatever, if it's allowed in or whatever, to say, hey, you said this then, but you're saying this now, or what have you. However, any trial attorney wants to, show to the jury that the person that's giving the testimony is not credible. you know. So that's something totally different. Those people, setting him up to, not giving the right age and stuff like that, or whatever you can call it, a setup or whatever. Okay, fine. But then there's also language in the law that says that an adult is supposed to know when they're dealing with the minor. So then that goes out the window. So it's not me being wrong or me being I want to say an affliction with being educated or being a lawyer at one time. It is the fact that I know
So then that goes
the
out the window.
basis of
So it's not
the
me
law.
being wrong or me being
New
I
black
want to
That's
say
your mic is messing up.
being
new
educated.
black. Cut me
No,
down
I
in the
think
back.
somebody got an
New,
echo.
Whoever just came in got an echo.
new black. Cut me down in the back. Yeah. So it's not, it's that you're saying like if one thing happened in the case or whatever, then it goes it's it should be he should be found innocent or whatever. It doesn't work that way.
Does it ever happen?
Yeah. Well, no, hold
Okay,
on.
wait,
Well,
hold
hold
on.
on. Yeah, it can happen if
You, my
if
phone is
there's
tripping. I'm in the
reasonable doubt.
matrix. I'm gonna go out and come back. I'm gonna go out. Is that better? Can you hear me now?
Yeah. If
Okay, my
there's if the defense raise enough reasonable doubt, yeah, that can happen. And it's it's almost like a game. Who's going to win?
but you said something and then you said something contradictory. You said
What I
that's
said.
not. You said that's not how that go. Then I said, does it ever happen? You said, yeah, it does happen. But hold
No,
on,
no, no,
which
no.
one is it?
No. What I'm saying, but see, you're not understanding what I'm saying. It does happen because it is a process that has to play out that gets delivered to a jury and they make the decision. So, sometimes if you raise enough reasonable doubt, then you will win your case. Yes, we see people that win their case. We see people that are guilty win their case. We see people that's innocent win their case.
Miss
So I'm not
Walker?
contradicting myself. I'm just telling you the process.
No, you
You
said that.
got one idea. You got an idea about the process that does not exist.
No, I have an idea. I'm the kind of person where when I make a statement, I'm very careful on what I say. And you've heard me use the term prosecutorial misconduct. You've heard me
Yeah.
use certain things. Now, if I say from my own personal vantage point that the fact that they set Jane Doe number 5 up there as a star witness and knew she was lying and allowed her to lie, then I feel that should be just cause for thus and so. However, Miss Walker, I need you to understand this.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever we have these conversations, I find myself at an extreme disadvantage because I've said it 1,000 times. He had an inadequate legal defense team. He had, listen, I said it way before the trial started. I said it 2 years before the trial started, a year and a half before the trial started. The way this is going, I said my cousin's gonna get 1,000 goddamn years because I saw what they were doing in the way these defense attorneys were doing. And I knew there's no way in the hell you could be doing this and doing that. But that's neither here nor there. I want to say it again, that if I, as someone who considers himself a purist when it comes to the law, if I say it was prosecutorial misconduct, as you just said, well, that stands to be seen. That has to play out in the post conviction. That has to play out as she exhausts these different things. I get that. But when you say to your audience, Levi, what you're saying just doesn't happen. You can't just point to one thing and that means the case is overturned. And then I say, well, Ms. Walker, has it happened? And you say, yes, it has. Well, wait a minute. I'm that kind of person. I'm the kind of person who believes where there's a will, there's a way. I'm the kind of person, the same way the prosecutors played is the same way I play. I play, you feel me? I'm like, hey, what
Well,
I'm going.
I'm sorry to cut you off. When I say that when it doesn't work that way, you're saying what you're saying, the reasons you're giving, and you're saying that, okay, just because this happened, if somebody told a lie, throw the whole case out. And I'm telling you, it just don't work that way.
No, ma'am. That's not what I said. Let me tell you what I said.
There's an entire process. Well, then what you said then?
If anyone played this back, if anyone plays this back from the beginning, I started off saying that I felt not only was it a rush to judgment, but I felt that the Justice Department in both New York and Chicago were basically acting corruptly by even launching these investigations predicated on a docuseries. That's my foundation right there. Now, can that? Yeah, absolutely. So can that be argued in court? Hell no. I know better than that. You feel me?
Right.
But I only cite that to point to what I view as the propensity on the part of these individuals to be allegedly corrupt. You start this investigation based on a docuseries. Now, as you continue to construct your case, you find things, and I understand how it goes. You find things that you want to eliminate, you want to avoid, because this could bring the whole building down. But I focus on Jane Doe number 5 because we have the tangible proof to show that she lied. But as it pertains to the overall situation, when Miss Mo, when she talks about, I'm gonna give you an example. See, Miss Walker, this is how I am. I don't care if you're black, white, gay, straight, whoever. When a person accuses a person of something, I'm the kind of person where you got to show me some tangibility. Show me some tangible evidence. And that's no cap, because if you notice how I've conducted myself on social media, I've always operated under that way of thinking. Even when they were saying that Jane Doe number 5's father had done this and so, if you remember, I said no. I was asked, do you think he did this? Sold his daughter. I said, no, I do not. You know why? I didn't have the proof of that. Okay. I consider myself to be a very fair man. Okay. So when you are like myself and you want tangible evidence, I think it's so sad that as we continue down this road and have these conversations about what transpired in New York, especially, that there's so many blind spots. I heard Ms. Mo say, and it pains me when I hear Ms. Mo say, the tapes now that we now know exist. The tapes that we now know exist. Well, what are they? What was on them? I don't like the blind spots. Like, listen, I don't like to hear when Ms. Walker says, well, we don't know that to be fact. We don't know if he was really reading the police report or not. I don't like that. I like to know. I want everything on the table. And I know it doesn't happen all the time. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. That in this case, I'm telling y'all, those text messages and what transpired with Jane Doe number 5 sitting there lying is only the tip of the iceberg. It's only the tip. And you know what's crazy about it? Since his conviction, no one who is pro R. Kelly has had any tangible evidence that those types of improprieties occurred in court until the text messages in their totality surfaced. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, Ms. Walker, is that, yes, without a doubt, even Tim Savage says he deserves a new trial in New York. Now, I understand that's how we feel. Emotions have no place in this. I understand that there's a legal process. I get that. But the difference between me and other people is that when you say to Levi, well, Levi, I know you just walked 50 miles, but I'm sorry to inform you, you got to walk another 100 miles. There's a process in order for you to get to where you're trying to get. Levi's not going to argue with you. Levi's not going to, all Levi's going to do is say, shit, I need me a couple of canteens with some water, a backpack with some food. I got 100 miles to walk. And that's how I am. And that's how my cousin knows me to be. These people sitting on YouTube talking, my cousin understands that I am a very optimistic person and that I don't quit. And niggas that fuck with me gonna learn You fucking with somebody that don't stop. I don't quit. Now, where he's wrong, he's wrong. Where he's wrong, he's wrong. But where there's leeway, where no, this wasn't right, I'm gonna hang my hat on that, and I'm gonna keep moving, and I'm gonna keep looking more and more into this. And by my ingenuity in doing so, you got everybody talking about the damn text messages now, which they didn't know then. But if those text messages had surfaced, which is impossible, but had they surfaced during the Lifetime docuseries when they were sitting up there lying, and people had that tangible evidence, R. Kelly wouldn't have even been charged. They would have said, "What the fuck is this about?" You feel me? So that's I'm gonna be quiet and listen to you guys, but just know I understand, Ms. Walker, that a lot of times you always say, you always say, well, Levi is basically not fantasizing, but Levi is looking for a shot in the dark, or Levi tries to ignore the legal process. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
Okay, yes, you go ahead though.
No, it's just that Levi is an eternal optimist, and just as Ms. Mo said, shit. When you compared him to Emmett Till, what did she say? Ms. Mo said she put some grease on her face, kicked her sandals off, rolled herself, was ready to fight. You know why? Because I'm going to say those things that are thought-provoking. I'm going to say those things that are sensationalizing. That way it promotes thinking and thought. Now, Ms. Mo, I know that my cousin's not no Emmett Till. But when it comes to someone being lied on and the repercussions of someone lying on them in that frame, I view him as that. In addition to that, Ms. Mo, when I came off here for a minute because my phone was messed up, when people use words, I study words. When you use the word martyr, Black folk, especially those like yourselves in academia, we like to label an Emmett Till a martyr. That's fine. I agree. That's fine. Give them martyr status. But a martyr is someone who dies in the way of their beliefs, in the way of religion. That is the definition of a martyr. But I'm not trying to dilute that or say, well, he's not a martyr. I'm only saying that he is no more of a martyr than the nigga that's selling crack rock in the house. Just slapped the hell out of his girlfriend. She calls the police. He got the crack rock on him. He walks outside the house. The police says, stop. And he starts running, and they shoot him 5 times in the back. If Emmett Till's a martyr, then he's a martyr because the law was not followed. They shot a young man in the back because he didn't want to get caught with crack rock, but they violated their oath. So I view him as a martyr. I view Emmett Till as a martyr. And in this sense, I view my cousin not as a martyr, God forbid, but I view him as being, listen, I don't care what you say. Anybody that's a thinking person, I'll give you 10 seconds and I'm done. Anyone who is a true, fair thinking person, when I made that statement that what those parents did on Lifetime is equivalent to what that white woman did to Emmett Till, remove Emmett Till from it, remove R. Kelly from it. The two acts are identical when you sit and lie on someone and you know it can cost them their life. I'm done.
Okay, believe that.
Y'all can't deal with.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Yep.
Because I mean, you say that I resort back to the law and academia and blah 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 blah. I get it, right? And the only reason why is because I deal with facts. Okay, I deal with the situation. I don't deal with hypotheticals. I don't deal with none of that extra shit, theories and conspiracies and things of that nature. I don't deal with none of that. Okay? I used to have my students work their theories, and especially if it's a conspiracy theory or whatever, I make them work it from the back to the front. Okay? And I do that for a reason. Because I want to make sure that they incorporate every little nuts and bolts and everything else in that theory, especially if it's conspiracy theory, and see if it will play in court. Let me ask you this question. And this is going to explain why you cannot say that I'm wrong in what I'm saying. Has J-Bo or any of the attorneys run any of that shit y'all talking about on these streets or in y'all head in that courtroom? Has she? The closest thing she came to was the BOP situation. And then, after that got whatever, delineated, whatever, I don't know what happened to it. Then it's where it is now.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, and the text messages, we now know that they were somewhere sitting in evidence or discovery.
Yes.
Okay. We know about the BOP situation. All right. Y'all say, and I don't know because I didn't read it, but that the girl lied about how I did kind of read some of it when they knew the situation about the Dolphin Hotel.
You haven't read the text messages, Ms. Walker?
Not all of them. I mean, I done heard so much. I've already come to the conclusion that is fucked up, and I said even before those text messages, I'll never agree with nobody being tricked into a crime. I'll never agree with that. So, but what I'm saying is, all of this stuff y'all keep saying, and it's the smoking gun, and it's the ticket out, and it's the ticket to freedom and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Why has none of the attorneys ran that shit where it matters?
Let me ask you a question. As you always promote, which is true, there's a process, and J-Bo and
go ahead.
J-Bo, I don't even call her that. Miss Bonjean and y'all got me calling her J-Bo. Miss Bonjean inheriting these cases. Well, really inherited the one in New York. It came with constraints. It came with boundaries. There are certain things she can argue and she can't argue. But to answer your question more emphatically is this. When it comes to this process, after this process that she's engaged in, and I think you would agree that she has more leeway with habeas corpus. She's able to bring in things and hey, let me do it like this. Because people be thinking Ms. Walker is smarter than me because Ms. Walker asks questions. I don't normally ask questions. I gotta start playing your game. Let me ask you a question. I'm figuring it out now. Let me ask you a question. Is it or is it not true that she's able to bring in more that which may be perceived as tangible evidence during the habeas corpus process compared to the process that she's engaged in right now? Yes or no?
She can bring in stuff that's not even on the record, right?
Ma'am, and that's where we at. That's all. That's that answer.
But listen now, habeas corpus, that is a legal maneuver, right? But here it's still, there is still a procedure. There's still certain boxes that must be checked. All right. So, and she's not going to go in there and make a argument that's not legally sound. Okay. She's not going to make an argument that contradicts the law.
Absolutely.
She's not going to come in there with an illegal defense. She's not going to do none of that. Okay. So, I mean, the argument, the stuff that you guys run out here probably won't even show up on a habeas corpus. I'm just saying.
Well,
go ahead.
Let's cut through the chase. You know what I said, Ms. Moore? Let's cut through.
Because the elements and all of that would not change. It still is going to be decided on the merits of the case. So that's the facts and the law, whatever the procedure is, unless there is something that prevented that to happen and there was an unfair process.
Right. Hey, Miss Mo, you know how you women, when you're trying to break up with a nigga, you might prolong it for 2 weeks, and you feel me? I'm the kind of nigga that say, you know what? Let's cut through.
I don't know nothing about that.
Yeah, how you women are. Hey, I'm that kind of nigga. Let's cut through the chase. You want? Is it over? Let me know so I can go. But
I
let's.
don't know anything about it because when I want them gone, they're gone the next day.
I got some stories about them. Go ahead.
But I want to ask Ms. Walker, judging for what you've read and what you've heard coming out of those text messages, can you say, or would you say, that there was a design, scheme, and a plan from its inception, from the beginning, to set R. Kelly up?
To set him up. No, I believe. Now, see, it's all depending on what you consider a scheme and a plan and stuff like that. I think this is what I think. I think that I don't think it was a plan. I think that, they just started lying. Okay. They started lying. I mean, this just, I don't know what else to say. They started lying out the gate, told more lies. This was a stage mom on steroids and really gave her daughter some bad information, right?
Wow.
Gave her some bad direction. Because from what I understand, if you're saying it's a scheme and a plan, the only thing that then the only thing that I saw that they were trying to get was some kind of record deal, or maybe, him to help with the music or whatever. The money thing, I don't see that, because unless it's gonna come later, because they said some more shit is out there, text messages or whatever. Then unless it's like to extort him out of money, you know what I'm saying, where I see a demand for money from him, then that's something totally different. And so I reserve that, my opinion, until we see some other stuff. But now I just see somebody people did some damn lying, and it was to get some assistance from R. Kelly in one way or the other.
Okay.
More of a strong arm tactic.
Okay. Can a 17-year-old legally get a record deal?
Hell, I don't know. I ain't in the music business.
Okay, I mean, any deal. Can a 17-year-old with her parents?
No, they're gonna have to have
Let
parents.
me rephrase that. Michael Jackson got a record deal when he was with the Jackson 5 as a kid, but his parents had to sign.
Right.
And I found a list of several more who got record deals when they was 14, 15, 16, 17, but their parents had to sign.
Right.
Once you turn 18, you get a record deal. So a 17-year-old can get a record deal. That's illegally. A 17-year-old can legally get a record deal. But legally, a 17-year-old cannot sleep with an adult.
Right.
So if we use deductive reasoning, if we're just honest, and I'm not saying you're dishonest, what benefit, without motive, what benefit would the parents have to say she's 18 when she's 17? What is the reason? Listen, for one, what's the reason?
Mm-hmm.
No, the reason is she's of the age of consensual sex. That's common sense. Because there's no reason.
You can't say that is the actual reason. Like, I mean, you're saying, and we don't have no evidence of this, that the mama sent her in there to go have sex with R. Kelly. Now, I've heard all kind of wild theories that they sent her in there to bring him down. They sent her in there to to get money. They sent her there for this, that, and the third. I don't see what a mama sent her in there to have sex with no R. Kelly.
Did you kiss yet? Show me a 40-some, 50-year-old man that's kissing a female that ain't fucking. What, Miss Walker? Come on, stop now. Hold on, Miss Mo. Sorry for swearing, but let's stop it.
No,
This shit.
Mama said that.
See, you got to read the text message that we can have this conversation.
Nah,
What?
no. We can have it because it's still, it still goes through the whole legal wheel. So I mean, but oh my gosh, she said that. Yeah, damn.
What? Come on now, more than that, way more than that. The young lady was to turn 18, maybe 6, 7 months later. The mother said, well, Steve Harvey suggests that you don't sleep with a nigga until after 3 months, which means she would have still been 17. That's water up under the bridge. That is not even up for debate.
That's crazy.
That's not even up for debate. You're talking about having kids by him, and y'all, you're going to marry him, you're going to have kids, this, that, and the third. But what I'm saying is that I'm glad you cleared that up for the audience. Because people think that Ms. Walker be getting me. Y'all think she's, like she be, she told you up. No, listen. She just said it. During the habeas corpus process, she has more leeway. And I'm not saying, I'm just saying, I don't know how it's going to play out.
But I do. More leeway, but she still has to make a legally sound argument.
Oh, check this out, Ms. Walker. During the habeas corpus process, I'm glad you said that. What if some information arose where a witness, hypothetically, a witness who witnessed certain things that not only suggested but confirmed that R. Kelly was being set up by not only Jane Doe number 5's parents, but her also. What if that witness spoke to the investigators and the investigators suppressed that information and basically, go, we don't want to talk to you no more. And it was confirmed that witness confirmed this type of activity and they totally purposely suppressed it. In habeas corpus, would that be grounds for a retrial?
Yeah, I mean,
thank you.
That can happen at the appeal state.
I understand, but what I'm saying is that at this point, things are coming out that a lot of people don't know, and I just want people to understand, and I don't want you to discount to them that things can surface. New evidence can be presented that will cause the overturning of his case. And that's all I'm saying. So you'll know my full position. New evidence can be presented that can cause his case or cases to be overturned. And that's it. That's all. That's all I'm on. That's it. Nothing else. That's it. You understand, Ms. Mo?
Don't call on me for help. I've
been talking about habeas corpus for a long time.
Yes, but people don't understand habeas corpus. Most people just don't understand it, and it's a long game. And once again, I think the silver bullet. I think that you have a lot of things that people say. You think what R. Kelly people are looking for a silver bullet, but Levi's not looking for a silver bullet. I understand that I got to walk 100 more miles. You feel me? I understand that this is a gruesome process. I get it. But at the same time, as I explained to my cousin, we gonna get there. We gonna get there. We gonna make it. You heard? And that's how I think. And this is what I'm looking forward to more and more suppressed evidence coming out. And this is what I disagree with you yesterday. This is why I disagree with you yesterday. When you said, well, that's not going to, no, I think that the more the public and those who may have been around and those who know certain things that other people don't know, the more these stories come out, they may be more quicker to say, wait a minute, hold on. I know this person. I know, wait a minute, I talked to the authorities. And you feel me? So it's not as clear.
Do you know, first of all, do you know you got to prove, you do know you got to prove that the prosecutors, that the prosecution team That's an
Suppress.
investigator on up. Suppressed it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Well, we know I've already proven. Hold on. Let's back up. I've already proven that they knew Jane Doe number 5 was lying countless times on the stand and allowed it to go unchecked. I've already proved, and I think I'm gonna do a whole breakdown of that, and where you even Miss Walker couldn't deny it. You feel me?
Wait a
Like,
minute, but go ahead.
go ahead. I'm done. Go ahead.
Yeah. What I was going to say, and sorry, Mo, if you wanted to jump in. I was going to say, now let me say this. If you're looking at the text messages and saying, okay, they knew she was lying and they just simply, ignored it or put that evidence forth, right? Here's the problem. I know you'd be like, oh, she always got some. Here's the problem, okay? One, do we know that what she said with regards to whatever she said on the stands, I'm not talking about what she said on the stand. Do we know that what she said in the text messages is the truth, or what she said in on the stand is the truth? Because see, listen, those text messages, certain most of it wasn't presented. Okay, so therefore, to say the prosecution suppressed evidence because they knew that she was lying, that ain't how that works. You got this. First of all, you got to say that you got to pick one. Either she was lying in those text messages, or she was lying on the stand. And you got to say, then you got to prove that the prosecution, suppressed one and put forth, fake evidence or whatever. However you want to frame it. And that is going to be kind of hard because as someone gives their testimony, that is supposed to be taken as the truth. That's
I got
why
what you're
you go
saying.
through the oath process, taking the oath. So what was in those text messages, they could easily say, well, we we spoke with the victim witness. She gave us a statement under blah 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 whatever. It is consistent with what she said on the stands or what have you. And you're talking about putting that against evidence that wasn't even evidence.
Okay, I get you. Let's start off. Let me give you an example. Those women who testified that Robert gave them herpes, strain 1, 2, whatever. Let's just say a guy right now surfaced and said, wait a minute. She said R. Kelly gave her herpes. She gave me herpes 3-4 years before she met R. Kelly. What do you mean? I'm telling you, I remember going to the clinic with her. And I remember going to get the prescriptions with her. Do you have that? Do you have the tangible proof of that? Yes. Because when she gave it to me, I showed her my paperwork. She gave me hers and it was true. It was conclusive. So you have the actual document stating that this young lady had herpes prior to meeting R. Kelly. That's habeas corpus type shit. You feel me? Now, as it pertains to was she lying in the text messages or was she lying on the stand, is not as simple as she said in the text messages to someone else, my mother is the one texting R. Kelly. No, it's not. It wasn't like that. The text messages confirm that she was asking her mom, what did he say? She's a third party, and there's a two-party conversation going on between R. Kelly and the mother, presumably, maybe the mother and father, I don't know. But she's a third party. So it is not something that has to be proven in a sense where before you even meet the man, before you go to the Dolphin Hotel, you are asking your mother, what did he say? She gave her the address. Well, the address, he said he wants to do this. He says he wants to do that. Okay, that is beyond, you can't even dispute that. Now, as far as something else you said the text messages were not in the case. The text messages were in the case. It's just that, as Ms. Bonjean said, his inapt, I threw that in there, legal defense team, she said, made little use of them. But they were there as a part of the discovery. So if they were there and they were the prosecution's exhibits, the prosecutors knew what the text messages entailed. And they knew when they asked her that question that she was not telling the truth. But they want to win. So what are they going to say, Your Honor? Objection, Your Honor. We must inform the court that that's not true. She did know that her mom was text messaging the defendant. Time she met him. Now, if you go back, also, I got to throw this in there. My baby just said she saw a big spider, so I got to come off for a minute. But if you go back, if anybody that can remember, I want y'all, something that me and Ms. Walker, I've been putting it on a back burner, but something that I've always wanted to do. And that is identify these different phones. There's so many phones involved here. And when we we gain clarity on how many phones there were, whose phone, and we start labeling these phones, I think we'll have a clearer picture, because there are conversations going on saying, well, I told him that you lost your phone. You all remember Jane Doe number 5's father saying, well, he gave the number to her, she gave it to us. But we didn't know that he took her phone and put his number in her phone, so she was secretly conversating with him. You all remember also where there were so many changes of phones. But what is more interesting in those text messages, and this is what I find extremely interesting, if you're accusing R. Kelly and you're trying R. Kelly for taking this child across state lines, deceiving the parents, sex crimes, somebody please tell me, where are those text messages between R. Kelly and the mother? Now, that's a good question, because you're charging this man. So that means you went in the clouds. He couldn't hide them. You went to the phone company and got it and retrieved his initial contact with Jane Doe number 5 was an initial contact with Jane Doe number 5's parent or parents, y'all. How more clear can I make this? His first communication, time he picked up his phone and text messaged who he thought was Jane Doe number 5. He wasn't text messaging Jane Doe number 5, but we know this, that there was sex talk going on. Listen, let me make it more clear. There are 3 phones at this juncture. The phone that we've seen with the text messages, which was the defendant's, which was Jane Doe number 5's phone. Follow me, y'all. And in Jane Doe number 5's phone, she, just like we all do, put her mother's name in the context as My Dukes. Okay, so we got Jane Doe number 5's phone in the text message. We know that's her phone. Then we have Jane Doe number 5's mother's phone. Think, people. So there are 2 phones that we can identify, but we have not yet been able to identify if Jane Doe number 5, let's just say phone C is Jane Doe number 5, phone B is Jane Doe number 5's mother, we know that there's a phone A because Jane Doe number 5's mother is transferring what's going on between phone B and phone A, who is R. Kelly's phone is phone A. The mother's phone is phone B. So when Jane Doe number 5's mother says to Jane Doe number 5 on phone C, from phone B to phone C, girl, he's trying to fuck. He said, meet at the Dolphin Hotel. She's given her all of the things that are coming from phone A. Where is phone A? What were those conversations like? What were, and there were a lot of text messages coming from phone A to phone B. You know why? Because she could not pretend, or they could not pretend to be the daughter vocally. So at the beginning, it was all texting from R. Kelly's phone. Where are the transcripts from R. Kelly's phone? Does that make sense what I just said, y'all?
It does, but it doesn't make it any more relevant, though, in my personal opinion. Because here's the thing, and Angie, I mentioned this a little earlier, and I don't think Levi spoke on it, but I don't understand why we keep getting hung up so much on how it came to be and making that more significant than the outcome, right? So for me, the outcome, the moment that she told him, I'm 17, and everything that continued to happen, even up into her early 20s, that's what the conviction is. Even if the prosecution came in and said, we have already convicted the parents of Jane Doe number 5. We put them in jail for life because they were awful and they, trafficked their child, so on and so forth. They would still be able to stand and say, however, this is one of the individuals that knowingly, according to the evidence that they have, they would still be making the argument that this is a person who knowingly then still continued to do all of these things. Even again, after she turned 18, the exposure to sexually transmitted diseases, the forced labor, the false imprisonment, whatever all those other charged or uncharged acts were, that is still completely against the law.
Question.
Yeah.
What evidence, tangible proof have you read that confirms that he had sex with her prior to the age of 18? Give it to me. Her words. Her word against his. You don't have any other tangible evidence or proof that he did have sex with her before 18, but her words.
Okay, well, let's take it even further then. Okay, and here's the thing, because y'all like to move the goalposts so much. I just moved it for you, and you still say, okay, well, we have to move it again. So I'll go ahead and indulge you with that. Okay, so I already moved the goalposts, and I said, okay, well, the parents were a problem. Let me move it down and say, well, she had to. It doesn't start, anything wrong doesn't start until she's 17, right? I'm going to move it one more time and say, okay, none of what they're charging or none of what, we're not going to acknowledge anything else in the case until the day she turns 18. There are still crimes that would have still been a RICO because
no.
Hold on, listen, Angie, correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct her, Angie.
Listen, indulge me here, because you cannot expose an 18-year-old to herpes.
But it's not punishable by 30 years in prison, sweetie.
Hold on.
A RICO is a RICO.
But it's not. Back up. Why wasn't he charged with Joycelyn? See, keep in mind, he was charged with Azriel, and she wasn't even on as a prosecution witness. But he was still charged with Azriel based on what the parents said, for one.
He was charged with Faith, too.
Okay,
Do
hold
we
on.
know who
But that you're convoluting this. You keep talking about herpes. What I'm saying to you is that if in fact he gave 15 people herpes, you got niggas out here who have been tried with giving people HIV. They don't get 30 years. But let's go back to the herpes. If he were in fact charged with it and was confirmed that he gave these young ladies herpes, he would have served his time for that 4 times. That ain't nothing but a 1 year a felony or misdemeanor. That does not equate to 30 years in prison, for one. For two, I asked you a specific question as it relates to what proof do we have that he did have sex with her before the age of 18? Now, we remember the father saying they had proof. On Lifetime, we found text messages confirming that he was sleeping with our daughter before she was 18. Well, hold on. According to the transcripts, those text messages were generated by y'all. God damn, this is crazy. The text messages was y'all. The fuck you mean?
Okay,
So,
I was thinking when you say that, I know she was having sex with him before she was 18, because shit, I was in it with a wife, boy.
shit, you feel me? So all I'm saying, with all due respect to Miss Mo, and I get what you're saying, but this is what you have to understand, Miss Mo. I approach this, and any intelligent person that's for Robert should have enough sense. You have to approach this from a game, from the perception. This is a game of inches. And I know that you think I'm being technical. That's fine. Well, that doesn't have to do with the bigger picture. But check this out. When they wanted to charge him for the 2008 case that he won, those prosecutors sat in a room and figured out a way. They didn't charge him with the same crime of 2008. We federally are going to figure out a way to circumvent legally. So Ms. Walker, don't get upset. Legally circumvent legally and violate the double jeopardy law in the Constitution. We're going to legally do it. And when they legally did it, there was nothing that any of his defense attorneys could really raise to offset that. So they understood this is a game of inches. We have to find a way around this. So when I say that Jane Doe number 5 and that whole plan, I say is a great possibility she was included in it. When I talk about these other extenuating things that may or may not have occurred, I'm only doing the same thing. I'm only viewing this as a game of inches and thinking of ways around the shit that they've done. That's all I'm saying. But when you say, what difference does it make? That is legally imprudent. That is not, as a United States citizen, I would answer you by saying, you being a black, woman, college educated and all of that, it's the same difference between you being able to stay in a white neighborhood, buy a house, a condo, go to a white restaurant, drink out of a white water fountain, go use a white restroom, stay in hotels and motels and do your thing. The difference is that legislation allowed you to be able, and I to be able to do that. It was what's written. So I don't think it's right for you now to want to throw the baby out, or the legal baby out with the legal bathwater, and say, well, what difference does it make? R. Kelly did these other things. No, we must challenge, or those who are critical thinkers that's for him must challenge every step these people made, every iota. We must scrutinize everything that was done in order to have there being a possibility to undo what was done. We must scrutinize every single step.
I get it, but based upon what Angie, and maybe I need to pose this directly to Angie first, based upon what you have explained about, factors that need, pretty much boxes that we need to check in order for an appeal to be granted, and the different ways that it can be granted. The way that I've understood that is that there's also this factor of, even if it was wrong, would it have changed the outcome of the case in certain circumstances? Of course, I'm not saying universally, but that is also a factor. My whole point of what I was saying about me moving the goalposts 2 times is to say, okay, even if we say, number one, the parents were trash, that's the number one thing that we think went wrong with this case, and the court says, yep, it was wrong. And then they come back again and say, okay, but when he turned 17, we still got to hold him accountable. If we go, no, actually, let's take that off of the table, right? Let's say this, even him being with her at 17, let's say that was wrong. Something about that was technically inappropriate for us to even enter that into evidence. Let's start it when she was 18. Would they still have been able to make a case from 18 that there were these violations of the Mann Act, these other things, and that would have still been able to move forward with the RICO, even if it started when she was 18, because there's still these same crimes that can then be linked with her to all these other people behind? And the answer to that is yes. So
No.
wait, I want Angie to speak on it first, because in case I'm wrong in my understanding of it. So that's also what I'm focusing on, is saying, would it, if we take the text messages and we say this was inappropriate in this trial, it was mistreated, whatever, if we take that out, would the outcome of the case have changed?
Excellent question. And only Ms. Walker is the only one on this thing that is qualified to answer. That's an excellent question.
Yeah.
It is a critical question. And I would ask Ms. Walker to put both samples on the table in front of her, looking at what was charged, one being that she was a minor under the age of 18, and one being that she was, like Ms. Mo said, and tell us how it would have changed the dynamic of the cases, if at all.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Go ahead, Ms. Walker.
So based on everything, so what you're saying is that you're saying if she was in fact found to be 18.
Yes, ma'am.
So let me see what charge get dropped.
Well, first answer the small question is that my understanding of it accurate, that there also can be a consideration for would it have, even if this was wrong, would it have changed the outcome of the case? And if not, then you would still deny the appeal, because the outcome is not going to change. Is that I'm just saying legally, is that correct?
That is correct.
Not whether I agree with it or not.
She just changed the goalpost right in my face. That's not what she said. She didn't say that.
What?
That's not. Play the tape back. You said.
She just paraphrased what she said. And she added a couple words, but it's the same meaning. She's basically asking if, knowing that some type of errors happen, use the correct words, errors happen within the case, whether it be, and I'll even throw this in, it could be prosecutorial misconduct, as high as that. It could be whatever. They're going to ask the question, okay, they're going to first resolve that, okay? They're going to see if they're if it would have changed the outcome. And
Jojo just saw what y'all did, Ms. Walker. But go ahead. Jojo saw, he peeped it. Jojo peeped that if he watched it. He peeped it. Go ahead. I'm listening.
No, he ain't seen shit because he can't see.
Jojo peeped this shit. Go ahead.
So they are going to say, listen, they're going to say, okay, would it have changed the outcome of the case? Would it, they're going to take it through that test. They're going to come up with the remedy if it warrants one. Okay. So that is exactly right. It doesn't just erase, and I don't want over this 1,000 times. It doesn't just erase the outcome of the case. So the Supreme Court has issued several opinions about everything that you can that a defendant can complain about, and they have addressed it. They have said how, you know, they would handle it, you know, whether it be something procedurally, a procedure error, a structural error, whatever. They handle those type of situations. And if it, I mean, even if it's a administrative error, you know, one that people were arguing with the and the or adding, you know, whatever, you know, they have addressed all of that, and that's what they're going to refer to, you know. So if that this, you know, the claims you raise are not claims that haven't been raised before, you know what I'm saying? So they have a legal recourse, I'm sorry, a remedy for it.
Ms.
They have a
Walker,
remedy for, well,
what
yeah.
with all due respect, I don't want you going on this long road. The
I ain't
question
going
was
to, well, go
the
ahead.
question was I asked how this started off. I asked Miss Mo. I said, and play the tape back. I said, what tangible proof that do you have to show to confirm that will confirm in your mind that he slept with her when she was 17, before she was 18? Then we went from that to Ms. Mo saying, well, whether 17 or 18, with the RICO and all of that, it wouldn't have changed. Basically, I'm paraphrasing the dynamic of the case, the dynamics of the case. I said to you, Ms. Walker, I would like for you to put that complaint, that indictment in front of you from New York, and I want you to replace minor and 17 with 18, not a minor, and tell me how they would have charged him. And Miss Mo, rightfully so, she's talking about the other acts, but the state lines and crossing state lines, coercion, and this, that, and the third. Remove minor and 17 from Jane Doe number 5, Miss Walker, please, and tell us. I don't have the answers. You do. What do they have, and what are we dealing with if Jane Doe number 5 came on the scene at 18 years of age? That's all I need to know.
If she came on the scene at 18 years of age, remember, there's already an example there. Faith Rogers, she was over 18.
Mm-hmm.
He got hit with the Mann Act with
Mm-hmm.
regards to the herpes situation, and that it wasn't the gun too, the forced labor.
Forced labor, I think it was.
Yeah. So with Jane Doe number 5, we got to remember what was he charged with her? The Mann Act was sexual abuse because she was a minor. So
Yeah,
probably
Of
the
a
something
sex,
minor.
like that.
huh?
Uh-huh.
Of a
So
minor.
probably, yeah. So probably the sexual abuse charge would go
Nah,
would not be there, huh?
no, it's way more than that. Listen to me.
What you talking about, Levi? You said
I'm telling you.
what would be different?
I'm telling you.
Uh,
The minor dynamic of Jane Doe number 5 is what they built the whole case around. That was the whole. They built everything around this minor. Faith, the Mann Act, and herpes is icing on the cake. The Mann Act and herpes and a gun on the table and all that crap. No, I want, and maybe we could do it another day. I want to go through that original indictment, what he was charged with. I want to remove minor, 7, all that. Remove all of that, and I guarantee.
I
I
would
can
love
pull it up
to.
right
I would
now.
love to.
I'm
Let's
pretty
do it.
sure I'm right. I can pull it up right now because I got it open.
Let's go.
Um, I'm I done wrote down so much confusing shit you done ran through, Levi. You're gonna have to, Levi. You're gonna have to remember your shit, because you will stick with something, and then we give you the examples or whatever it is, and you don't like our examples, and you want us to like yours, and then it'd be like, you know, just out the goddamn one to start all over again. Like, what do
Exactly.
you mean? It's like you pull up the indictment. So like with regards to her age, I think it was only sexual abuse that was in there with regards to her age. Hold on.
And I think that's really kind of my point there. It's like, Miss Leva, you always say I don't concede to anything. In this case, I conceded for the parents, for at least for the sake of this example. I concede to the parents. I concede to, he 17 was okay in Illinois, so he didn't know. I concede. If I give you those, do I see a difference in the outcome of the case? And we said we wanted Angie to break that down, because my argument is that the RICO can still stand, because whatever the enterprise still exists to do this pattern of behavior, right? So when Angie says that, then you go, no, that's not what it is. But my whole point is that when we, whether it's habeas corpus or what have you, we went down a habeas corpus rabbit hole with in that Murdoch trial. If you follow that Alec Murdoch trial, right? We had all of that habeas corpus stuff. My thing is, and really honestly, it's coming from a place of truly, being interested in how much you and those who are supporting R. Kelly are in seeing this thing through. And like you said, it's a snail's pace sort of race. But it's really to kind of go, hold on, before you put all of your eggs in that basket, is there a huge leak coming out of the other side? Yeah, the side that you're looking at looks amazing, but I'm looking at the back end of this thing right here, and there's still a problem. You still got a gaping hole, and you're still sinking fast. If that is how the law works, I'm not saying whether I agree with it or disagree with it in this case. I'm more so just looking at it from, what will the law say about this? If he was wronged by the BOP officer, I forgot about that one too. If we do that, if we concede that and say, yeah, it is wrong, what is the likelihood of the outcome being what you all want, which is for him to be totally exonerated and back home? Is that likely to occur? Based upon my understanding, and now Angie reiterating that
Angie reiterated
the case, even if he's wrong, even if they acknowledge that he was wronged in some ways, it doesn't seem like that would be the case, because again, but what Angie said is right. Y'all do that to us all the time. Me and Angie have such a time with y'all, because you either one, you change, like Angie said, you want to change up the examples once we make a legitimate argument, and then when that doesn't work, then you just say, well, you and your white man's education just don't know anything. Your black card, you automatically had to turn that in once you got an education, which is not how that works at all either. I see everything out of, like, I don't know where that comes from. And to some degree, I think it's just to try to be able to dismiss legitimate arguments that you otherwise cannot combat, because nothing about me in all of my conversations, nothing about anything says that I don't know blackness. Nothing about Angie says I don't know blackness.
Right.
We've even told stories that once you grow up as a black person, you're always going to see things out of a black lens first, and then everything else fits into that and gets moved around. We have the education, but we also still have our existence. And it is absolutely possible, except for with you and Mr. JoJo, y'all try to assume that anybody who does not agree with you is just not black enough or is too much of a feminist. And that is just not how that works. It could be possible, if you thought about it, that it might be that your version of it is not considering something that you can't see outside of that blackness, or that you have not been educated about the science behind it. But yeah, y'all love to figure out a way to dismiss me and Angie's arguments every time. I don't understand. We can win, Angie.
I'm like, Lord, and then they'll be like, well, you always go back to the legal. Well, damn, that's what he's being held at.
That's what we're talking about.
I don't know what you want me to do. I can't go to street justice.
Here's the problem. Here's the deal. What I find with most black college educated people, is that they don't want you to count the money. Listen to me. They don't want you to count the money.
I
I was
don't
at
even
a
know
bank.
what that means.
Let me explain it to you. I was at a bank a couple of months ago. Woman, she wasn't trying to cheat me, but when she counted out the money, she counted it and put it in an envelope and handed it to me. As I said, I don't think she was trying to cheat me, but it was $100 missing. And I don't think she was really trying to keep. So when she hands me the white envelope, I open it right there up on the cameras right there. And I start counting it again, and it was $100 short. I didn't say you tried to cheat me, but I got this way of thinking from the casino. Anybody that goes to the casino, you know, when you cash out at the casino or you're at the tables, they're taught to count your money, and then they take their hands and they have a like they put their hands up, like the way they do it is like, okay, that's the money because they count it, don't. Then they put their hands. Time they finish counting, they just put their hands up, like okay. Now, what I find with most black people from academia is that you all expect for me and JoJo to just not count the money. Well, we got the education here, put it in the damn envelope, go on. And we're the kind of dudes that's gonna say, no, hold on, let's count. Okay, thank you. I'm not saying you cheating me, but I'm gonna take the envelope from the black college educated women and dude, and I'm gonna open it up and count it. Proof of that is that when it comes to what I answered, it was a valid answer when I said, when you talked about herpes and the Mann Act and Faith, I said that was just icing on the cake, but they built their case around him taking a minor across state lines, sexually exploited a minor. So now the only way we can determine whether Levi's right, JoJo's right, Angie's right, Ms. Mo's right, let's count the money. Let's look at the original indictment and let's every spot where the minor word comes up, let's cross it out. And then let's ask ourselves what these charges have stood if she were not a minor.
Okay, well, those charges would be removed. Okay, so the only thing that would be left is the things that the prosecutor proved. So it proved, proved the elements. All right, going across state lines and exposing, being exposed to a STD. They have forced labor in here. I forgot what that was about. Sexual exploitation of a child. We can take that off.
How many have we taken off so far?
Let's see.
Listen, let's count the money, y'all. Y'all listen closely.
Oh Lord Jesus, help him, Lord. He's so difficult to deal with. Okay, so all right, so this one, Racketeering Act. Hold on.
Can you read them, please, Miss?
Yeah, I'm gonna read them. I'm trying to get to the ones where we're gonna take off. You think? You think it's okay? Now, Racketeering Act 9. Okay, it's a Mann Act, but it's broken up into sections. So here's the situation with this one. They got transportation, coercion and enticement. They got coercion of a minor, and they got transportation of a minor. They would just simply drop C and D, coercion of a minor and transportation of a minor, and just charge him with the coercion and enticement and transportation. Okay.
So that's Mann Act still.
I'm sorry, Miss Mo.
No, I was asking her. I'm trying to count. I really want to hear each charge, so
Thank
I can
you.
count them on my fingers. So I'm hearing Mann Act still sticks, correct?
Yeah, that one Mann Act still sticks. So that's racketeering. What I say, Act number 8.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
how many counts are there?
There are 13 counts, but
okay.
yeah, 13 or 9? 13 in this one, right? Other
New York,
9.
New York.
I think it's 9 in New York. Hold on, let me. Because the racketeering is one count itself. A lot of people thought that it was the whole thing was racketeering, the whole indictment was racketeering. No, racketeering is just the first count.
So
So
racketeering still sticks.
No.
yeah, so it's
Wednesday,
9 counts.
9 counts.
9 counts, okay?
Of those 9 counts, how many times is minor mentioned in those 9 counts?
I'm gonna tell you.
I'm thorough on
So
any bar.
just for number 5, right?
Yeah, just for Jane Doe number 5.
Okay. So in Racketeering Act number 8, that is, so that would still stick because I said they would just simply drop C and D about the minor part. So they'll just
Man,
drop that.
man.
Okay, so Man Act, okay, so Man Act, okay, so
Because
Racketeering
man
Act
acts
number
can exist at any age.
No, wait a
right.
minute. Said it would still stick. We can't. I want to know out of
I
all
mean,
the.
well, I
We're
didn't say
telling you
stick,
that,
it would still
Levi.
be there.
Yeah,
They'll
she's
still
telling you
charge him
that.
with
Like, if
it.
we go, that first charge is the Mann Act, and there's 4 different, like, pretty much subcategories under that Mann Act that they charged him with. She's saying that they would drop the 2 that to say the minor part, but there's still 2 underneath the umbrella, so
And
it still is a charge. So we're
Let me
saying
put
that
this
that
up.
Mann Act, he would still be charged with the Mann Act when we take the minor out of that charge.
I'm saying to you, Miss, that when it comes to them drafting and constructing these charges, that it would be. They know that it would be less appealing to a jury. To you can't. Let me put it to this way: you cannot say, Ms. Walker cannot say, and I cannot say that they would have continued with that same Mann Act without the minor. What I just said, they built the cases around the minor aspect. So if the minor aspect wasn't there, there's a possibility, if not a probability, that they wouldn't even charge that. They used the minor aspect in order to promote what they were doing. So
Well, hold on. Go ahead, but that's all wrong. But keep on.
we started this process off by me asking Ms. Walker to eliminate every charge, every count that contains minor in it.
And she just did.
I'm
No, she
trying to
hasn't
get
finished.
there.
Count the
Okay,
money
but
now. Let's
No,
count.
I'm saying she just did it with the first one. Now she gonna go to the next one and the next one.
Well, we removing it
right,
now,
and
so we
someone
remove that one.
No, we're not removing the Mann Act
Yeah,
because
he
it still
is.
has 2 elements. It still has two options underneath it that still would stick even with the minor removed. So Mann Act is still there.
It's not.
and the
By the
reason why
law.
because
They
it
have
deals
the
with
ability by law.
right. Reason why because one it is dealing with the exposure of a communicable disease right here. Okay, and the coercion and enticement. Okay, did knowingly persuade, induce, coerce an individual, interstate commerce, the California Health Safety Code. All of those are the elements and facts in the case. So that will stay. Okay.
Who says
Wait
who?
a minute. I was on 8. But they
Okay,
would
let's.
Levi. They, I mean, I
Again,
don't
the
know what you want me
goalpost
to
is
do.
being moved. The goalpost is being
Not.
Yeah, I
Well,
don't know what you want me to do. You change it
what,
up.
moved.
Like, okay,
how?
actually,
How much?
hold on. Levi. Okay, let me give you an example. Because actually, I got the numbers wrong. Let me give you an example. Okay, and I'm glad I got the numbers wrong. Okay, Racketeering Act 8 is Man Act, Jane Doe number 5. It has transportation and coercion and enticement. You ain't gonna tell me I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Hold on. Okay. When we go to Racketeering Act number 9, it has transportation, coercion and enticement, coercion of a minor,
Thank you.
transportation of a minor. Hold on. So, and I go back up to 8, like I was trying to say before I even went there, that it will still be a charge because they have transportation here, coercion and enticement here. Nothing about a minor, okay? Because probably she wasn't, let me say, no, she was allegedly a minor then. So they got that charge there. So what I'm saying is, when I go to Racketeering Act number 9, it has transportation, coercion, and enticement. And if I get it to move, coercion of a minor, as you can see, and transportation of a minor. So that's just almost a duplication of the Racketeering Act number 8. It's just on number 9, it adds the minor part. So that charge will still be there, less the minor aspect of it. So can't take that off.
What I'm saying is that it only solidified or strengthened the other one to throw minor in there. See, I notice how they do things. School age, grade school age. So how old was the child? They'll say grade school age or school age. Just give the age, okay? So what I'm saying, I'm not disagreeing with you all just to disagree. What I'm saying is that, as I just said earlier, they put the minor in there to strengthen the transportation and the coercion. Then the person reads of a minor. So now, it's of a minor. But that's fine. I'll let you do your calculation.
Why they didn't do it in the next one? Why they didn't do it in the first one I read? Why they didn't put the minor in there? Because she was allegedly a minor then too. Why they didn't put minor in there in doing the first one I read?
These people are tricky. They know what they're doing. But go ahead. I'm gonna let you.
I'll also say too, if we take the assumption that there could be an emotional, tug on the heartstrings by using minor. Okay, even if I give you that, right? So if I take the emotion out of it, it's about, are the elements of that particular charge being met? Take the emotion out of it. Whatever the elements are for that Mann Act, induce, entice, or trap, transportation, or whatever one, can it still be met according to the indictment and what we know? If that's the whole point. So forget the emotion, forget how it quote strengthens or what have you. Our thing is, they still have a case. They still have a case that they can put forward. Now, again, the jury can say what it wants to or makes whatever decisions it wants to, but there's still a case for these charges. There is still an indictment for the very same charges. Even if you have text messages, there is still an indictment for the very same charges. Even if the mother went into the room with the child by themselves and said, do it, and watched them, it doesn't matter. The same indictment stands and the same evidence supports the same facts. My whole point is, I feel like y'all are spending a lot of time focused on these things that would not change the outcome of this case. I would really love for y'all to be able to start pulling at things that could actually go at the outcome of the case, instead of these things that, while they may be inappropriate or bad, they still keep him in jail for 30 years.
Well, first, let me say this, that because I've heard you use y'all all night, okay? And Ms. Walker,
I'm saying supporters of.
But my arguments and position is totally different than y'all. You feel me? I'm not.
You're not a terrorist. You're not.
I'm independent of their thinking, but but once again, I wanted Ms. Walker to finish giving us the 9 counts. My full position is that in every count where minor is mentioned, I would like to be excluded, to exclude the entire count, but that's fine. Do your calculations, Ms. Walker, and I'll just...
Okay, but and understand that the prosecutor has to prove every element. Okay, so so you want me to? I mean, I just don't see where I have to exclude Racketeering Act number 9 because it would still be there minus the minor part.
Okay,
I
so
mean, the
that's
minor
two.
part is C and D. It ain't even A and B.
You ever seen a Corvette hard top and a Corvette or a Mustang with a
No.
soft top convertible? Convertible, nice Mustang, brand new. Nice Mustang, brand new, but it's not a convertible. A person that's looking for a convertible, you can't give them that Mustang that's a hard top because I'm in the market for a convertible. So they're not going to pay a note on a regular Mustang that's not a convertible. What I'm saying is that the appealing factor in that purchase of that vehicle is the fact that it is a convertible. What I'm saying is that the prosecutors set this up in such a way that what made those counts, certain counts, appealing and the overall indictment was there were minor. So all I'm saying is that let's look at the car that's not a convertible that has a hard top and see what that what that
And
entails.
I am saying that to the YouTube audience, that might be the reason that was sensationalized. To the people who really did latch on after surviving R. Kelly, perhaps those are actually the people. What we're doing right now is debunking that theory entirely by saying we're looking at it from the law. Can the law still try him, indict him for these particular charges? I think to make an assumption or to say, well, it was sensationalized because it referenced minors, you're actually making an allegation with no support for that argument, in my opinion, because what Angie is doing is going through charge by charge and saying legally does it still stick without a minor being mentioned, and the answer to that is yes.
Could they have charged Demetrius Smith if they chose to?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Based on. Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, because he was in there with that bribery. Yep.
Okay, so when you say can they, can is up to their discretion. So I feel that it is improper to say, well, can they still charge without the minor being in there? What I'm saying is, would they have been more apt? What they had charged? But we don't know. So I'm gonna take the position that yes, they could, but it would have been less appealing to try to bring those cases and has she been non-minor? That's all I'm saying. Is that the minor? They used the minor. The whole damn surviving R. Kelly, man, was every. It was the minor aspect of it.
I wish this wolf get out my goddamn bushes. Go ahead.
Mhm.
Man, I don't pay them people no attention. But
Go ahead.
believe me, I don't pay them no mind. But I respect what you guys are saying. All I'm saying is that I want to just do this experiment by eliminating those counts that contain minors. That's all. And see what we come up with. That's all.
Okay, so let me get back to it. All right. So, all right.
So we got 2 out of 9 so far.
We're gonna say Racketeering Act number 9. We're just gonna hold off on that. Okay. We got Racketeering Act 10. Yes. Sexual exploitation of a child. So of course that's minor. Take that off. You have okay. So that's 1 in count 1. Okay, and then there is up for you know it all depends. For that one that I said that they would have still charged him um under Racketeering Act number 9, Mann Act. Okay. Sorry, y'all, I got something in my mouth. Then we go to count 2. Uh, Let me see. What count 2 was about. Okay, count 2 is that's Jane Doe number 5 too. So that is okay. So you could take off count 2.
Thank you.
So no, drop count 2. All right. All right. Count 3. That's man act. Okay. Drop count 3.
Thank you.
Um. Drop count 4.
You listen, JoJo?
Um.
Oh, y'all.
Drop count 5.
You listening, JoJo? That's 5 now. That's 5.
And okay, so that's it. Okay, so that's one. That's one, maybe 2 in the racketeer in the RICO, and count 1, and then you can drop and count 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Meaning you have no cases. Shit, to be honest with you. Come on now.
What?
Okay, but listen, the RICO is the one that she gave. Did she give him 20 years on the RICO?
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't know what she gave for the rest of them. She ran them all. She ran them all concurrently. It's still the outcome could have been, maybe 20 years, maybe 25. I don't think that the prosecutors would have asked. I think they would have asked us about the same amount of time, Levi.
It's not about that. What I'm saying is that because they brought these cases due to the Lifetime docuseries with the cloud, the dark cloud of him messing with minors, that is what prompted them to bring these charges. What I'm saying is, if those those charges that contain minor were not even in there, as a matter of fact, if she were in fact 18 instead of 17, I think I've just proven that there would be no New York case.
No,
So,
Mr. Levi.
listen, no, listen.
Okay.
It would have been worse. I think most people are agreeing with me. I'm not looking at the chat, but there would be no. Yes, they could have kept one count and charged them. I'm not saying it's impossible.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is that you have a witness who was the crux of the entire New York, the star witness of the New York case, who we have now discovered parents sent her in to set R. Kelly up. That now we've discovered that same witness told countless lies on a witness stand. But what do I know? I'm just saying this is from my vantage point. So.
Angie, how many of those charges were dropped again? When you just counted, which ones did you say get dropped?
2, 3, 4, and 5, and then maybe 1 or 2 under RICO.
Out of 9, Ismo. Out of 9. Yeah. Out of 9.
So 4 out of 9. So it would have been 5 still there. But the RICO was
meaning more than half. More than half of the charges would still remain. That's a problem, Mr. Levi.
So what you're saying, Ms. Mo, is that if I owe you $9,000 and give you 5, you good with that?
Hey,
no.
You gonna want more?
No, what you're saying is actually that. That's not what I'm saying at all. Because what you're saying is, if somebody comes in here and short you for that, if they give you less than half, that you're gonna say, yeah, I left on top today. You didn't.
They charged 9, and they used Jane Doe number 5 as their what you'll call the trigger.
The linchpin.
The linchpin. There you go. The linchpin.
That old wolf. I have a conversation like that on her goddamn channel, so we can goddamn chime in and shit and ignorant ass. Get your ass out my goddamn bush, stupid.
I gotta go get this spider. This girl.
But
Listen.
let me address this real quick about perjury, dumbass. If
Listen,
somebody tells
but
a lie on the stand, somebody tells a lie under whether they're on a stand or whether they tell it under the penalty of perjury. Okay, if they somebody prove that they have lied, then they can be, charged with perjury. Yeah, I mean, just get out my goddamn bushes, dummy. Stop talking. So, let me go through this real quick. Because Levi, you said a whole bunch of shit and I need to get straight because I'm not gonna let y'all take us back to the first day. We're not going back. We're not Michael Jackson and this shit all the way back to what we've already discussed and we've already, talked about. It has been proven out through the paperwork that we were correct over here. So listen, with regards to the herpes, this is what you was talking about when, oh Lord, this is when you and Mo had the exchange about the herpes, about somebody come up and say, yeah, you gave me herpes. Well, she gave me herpes a long time ago. Say that's the truth. Say that's the truth. The charge is the knowingly and willfully exposing someone to an STD without telling them. She could very well have herpes. But if you sleep with somebody and you have a disease and you don't disclose your status to them, you can be charged for that. I don't want to hear the comeback where she can be charged because I know how you do. I'm just talking about the whole the process, the procedure, what was actually done. So even if she had herpes prior to him, that's fine. But if he has a herpes or whatever the hell is going on, and he sleeps with anybody, whether they can have AIDS, and if he does not disclose his status, he can be charged. That's what happened here. So that's the charge. It's not who gave it to who had it first, who didn't, who did lie dormant when the blisters came out and all that other shit. It's, did a person have herpes and did they sleep with someone and did not disclose their STD status? That is the charge. That is when you could be held criminally liable. The other was the prosecutorial misconduct about the text messages and the evidence and things. So let me explain this, right? Let me explain this. Okay. This is how this works. In order for you to prove prosecutorial misconduct, and that's something else, that's a high bar. But I'm going to go with the situation you have presented us with. All the text messages, the girl was lying, they knew, they suppressed it, whatever, however you want to put it. Okay. Here's the thing when it comes to reciprocal discovery. That's what they have with the feds, and most states have it now. Okay. So both the prosecutors and the defense must exchange evidence with each other. Okay. They put that down in discovery. And if the evidence is discoverable, meaning that, hey, it's, they found it, somebody can use it. It can, help prove the prosecution case. It can, well, the defense don't have to turn that over, but it can help free the defense or what have you. You have to put that in. You have to disclose that, right? That's exculpatory. All right. And you also have inculpatory evidence in there, which proves points to a person's guilt. Okay. So if the text messages were there and the defense knew she was lying on the stand, then and if I'm not mistaken, because I did read this, Judge Ann Donnelly said that I think they were referring to the text messages, It can be used for rehabilitation. That just simply means, that's a fancy word, that just, well, it's not fancy, but that just simply means that you can take that, though, that statement, that text message, that piece of evidence, and march it right on up there to that witness and say, hey, okay, this is what you said here. Now you're saying this, which is it? Okay. So they could have used it to try to impeach her testimony. Okay. It is not the prosecutor's job to say, hey, your ass is lying. Let me come up here with the evidence to show you that. All right. Also, if is what she's testifying to what she gave a statement of at any time under the penalty of perjury, under oath, whatever. If the prosecution is going with what she's saying on the stand as they're supposed to, because that is what's supposed to be considered in court, that is in the jury instruction and all of that the judge delivers to the jury. When they take the stand and say whatever they say, whatever, it is presumed that they are telling the truth. Now, if there's some, like I said, if there's some in evidence, whatever, that suggests that they're lying or whatever, then it's supposed to be for the defense to go up there and challenge them. But when they're giving their testimony, they are saying that what they're saying now is factual. I'm willing to bet you this. Demetrius Smith, when he talked to those people, what he said to those people was probably slightly different, if not largely different, than what he said when he got on the stand and showed his ass. Okay? He wasn't impeached. He didn't get hit with perjury. All right? And they had his statements. All right? And the defense had access to his statements. That's all in the discovery. That's all in the discovery process. Okay? So, you can't charge the prosecution with prosecutorial misconduct because the text messages say one thing and she get on the stand and say something else. The text messages ain't under oath. The text messages are there. They don't, I mean, it's not saying like, okay, this whole thing is admitted in evidence. This under, no, it don't work like that. It just doesn't, the process doesn't work like that. So you can't say that rises to the level of prosecutorial misconduct. When they're talking about suppression of evidence, they're talking about Brady violations, Giggler, all of that. They're talking about, stuff that can point to someone's innocence. They're talking about, strong arming a witness for them to lie or whatever. They're talking about them physically making her lie. Not her getting up there volunteering lying. They're talking about that's so it has to be something that the an act of behavior that the prosecution did that rises to the level of prosecutorial misconduct, not just what you think happened, And once again, even if it comes out like something did happen, whatever, you got to be able to prove that. You can't. It's just not saying it and thinking it. And just because you see something on paper, she got up there and contradicted herself. There's several times where people can't remember exactly what happened and this, that, and the third, whatever. Sometimes, depending on if it's material to the case, on redirect, you'll see a prosecution get up there and then they'll rehabilitate their witness and say, hey, they'll try to get in front of it. But remember, you said this at this point or whatever. They try to head the defense off. It's a bunch of things that can happen. But to make it prosecutorial misconduct, that's reaching. What is this?
Oh, it's just like what I was saying earlier, or what I was trying to say earlier when I said there are no perfect convictions. There are no perfect witnesses. There's
What
no
happened to
perfect
Levi?
justice.
Oh, he done left.
He dropped. He said the spider. I think that he went to go get the spider
Oh,
for the
okay.
baby. Yeah.
Yeah. There is no that process. The legal process does not run perfectly. It doesn't, because if it did, it wouldn't be a process that correct error.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, on appeals and through habeas corpus, through writs. I'll just say writs. Okay, so it, so it's not a perfect system by no way, but it is designed to issue justice on both sides. And fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you think, there is a procedure. And when you and I try to explain the simple way is when you jump through one hoop and you think that's it, then there may be another hoop that you got to jump through. Like I said, when it comes to evidence, there are exceptions and exclusions and shit built all in up and through that. Okay, what determines if evidence is admissible or inadmissible. So it's not as simple as he wanted to be. So
Mm-hmm.
you can't just say, okay, but well, she lied on the stand, it should be thrown out. Okay, but there's a process called, if you find out that somebody perjured themselves. All right, fine. But you argue that somebody, get perjured themselves. What's the most that happens? Okay, they get hit. They can get hit with an indictment for perjury. That doesn't have anything to do with the outcome of the case, unless it is one of those situations where it's a miscarriage of justice, since we've been talking about that, meaning they just straight up said they seen this person and kill this lady, and this person was somewhere, somewhere 1,000 miles away, but because they were there alone, they couldn't prove it at that time. So subsequently, the receipts came about, like, I don't know, phone records that showed that that person was, where they was, that they didn't have access to during the trial, something like that,
Mm-hmm.
and extreme cases like that. But it's not that, okay, she lied, boom, throw it all out. That's not how it works.
Mm-hmm.
That's not how it works.
I think
So,
if the court system worked as Mr. Levi suggests, he refers to it as being a purist. But if it worked the way that he's saying, I don't think he acknowledges how, one, bogged down our system would be, two,
mhm,
how pretty much nobody would report anything because you make the slightest error in speech, anything, you too would end up going back through this same exact system just because
mhm,
you misspoke, or you only told half of the story, or you told this part but you was too scared, but when you took the stand you were so scared of going to jail that you actually told the whole thing, or whatever the case may be. Like, if you did not do that, if we ran the system the way that he's saying, pretty much
mhm.
it would be no benefit to reporting any crime. It would be impossible to convict on any crime. And then every single person who even participates in the process is going to have some ding on their record that would then loop them into the system themselves, because they automatically have to be charged for every error that they would have made. It just, to me, it just doesn't even make any sense to try
And
to overextend the law like that. It doesn't, and we know it doesn't work like that. I think we're just asking for, in this case, I think some people are just constantly asking for the law to bend itself to accommodate what they would like the outcome to be, as opposed to that truly being something that even sounds feasible even to them.
right, and then you are, and you also um is forgetting a large part of the process, which the higher courts think highly of. So highly of it that they've written several opinions about how they must maintain the core essence of jury what a jury does
Mm-hmm.
and the decisions the jury make. So you also got to you forgetting about their responsibility. Their responsibility as a trier of fact, their responsibility is to, you know, make a rational decision and a reasonable decision whether, based about someone's innocence or guilt based on the instructions that they're given. And the instructions that they're given pretty much tells them that they need to decide someone's innocence or guilt based on what has been presented in the court, not what the lawyers have said, but what has been presented in the court by
Mm-hmm.
way of evidence. Okay. So you have that huge element that I think that, Levi's argument just eliminates it, you know, because they not they're not going to just overturn the jury's decision. That lets
Mm-hmm.
you know that their decision is valued and it plays a major part.
Mm-hmm.
So so then you have that part. So it's not as simple as one, two, three. It's just not. I don't know how else to say it, but but you when you start yelling out prosecutorial misconduct, you better have your shit together, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Because and again, and I can't say this enough, because to me, this right here, and when I say this, I thought that people would flock to it because I'm the fake ass lawyer. I said, listen, is J Bo arguing any of this?
Mm-hmm.
I thought maybe you can go fuck with her.
Mm-hmm.
Have these conversations with her. I ain't talking about Levi, no, but I'm just talking about people that's just still, stuck on this, that, and the third. Ask her why she ain't talking about it. See what she say. Like, I mean, that's the one that has been given the duty of friend. Ask her why she ain't talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, and I can't say it enough. Pay attention to what, and this ain't just this case. Well, if it's a high profile case or whatever, please pay attention to what they say and do in court, and not necessarily what they say in front of that microphone, because
Mm-hmm.
they do. This is a game in some aspect. All right, and they say a lot of things to, you know, get hey the people on their side, maybe get a movement going, this, that, and the third, whatever. Because every little thing helps. Okay, but when you march into that courtroom, they know that they got to have a legal sound argument.
Mm-hmm.
They
And
know.
even with the sound argument though, still one argument has to win, right? That's just the way the system is set up. So
Right,
even though the arguments that Jennifer is making right now, yes, they have a legal standing, but that does not mean that it's necessarily going to win. We got to
right.
see it through of how the judge interprets it, and the other factors from the other side as well. And I get that some people, I think, they hear once they hear whatever the newest motion is of the day or the week or whatever the case may be, is this is the only way, and that means it's automatically read as this is the answer, this is the absolute correct. No, this is an argument that's being put
Thank
forth
you. Right.
for a judge to interpret, to determine if this is the best argument that we have on the table, and does it stand up to muster, because you still have a process where that judge gets to poke at it and say, well, what about this, and what about this, and what about, and no, that's not how that law is interpreted. That's how Jennifer is interpreting the law and
Thank
presenting it as an argument to the judge, who then will determine whether this is an argument worth having or not.
Because
Correct?
remember, her briefs, all their briefs, has to be a persuasive argument, a persuasive brief. She's trying to persuade the judge. Motions is what you want the judge to do. A pleading is what you want the other side to do. And together, motions and pleadings both make up filings along with other stuff. So, so as absolutely right with what you said, and here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. How many times has Jabo's motions been shot down
Mm-hmm.
and his attorneys going back? That goes to show you that every argument isn't always the winner. It's not the
Mm-hmm.
winner is not the um some. I mean, I've seen even in this case where um the the other side has challenged J Bowles on the on her arguments not being that lacks merit and things of that nature, not legally sound and this, that, and the third, whatever. They said it, not me.
Exactly.
I almost sat here and told you, that 9 out of 10 times what motions was going to be denied, and they were, and when what the response was going to be back from the other side. So
Mm-hmm.
much so that people was talking about I work for what they say, I work with the prosecutor. I'm giving them the information. Then I'm giving the defense the information. Like, make up your mind. I'm giving the judge the information too, but she coming back and saying, it's just, you can't do this without send your ass in the class. There's no way around it. Okay, and going
Mm-hmm.
through, what you have to go through. That is if you want to be a doctor, if you want to be whatever it is. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
certain things like, yeah, you can go to, um, you can go get what a sociology degree, a psychology degree, and whatever. You can be a counselor. You can start off there with it. It's just training and you know certain certain you and actually with some counselors you don't even have to go get a um a degree because my cousin came out of high school and got into it, but his daddy got him into it. But still, I still was like, no,
Mm-hmm.
you don't know about no counseling, but still, so it's like it's not as simple and as Levi said, as pure as you think it should be or you would like it to be. And unfortunately, when someone is indicted, the acts of others only come into play in certain circumstances. And the acts of others, while they are external factors, or it could be internal factors, it still does not remove any criminal liability
Mm-hmm.
from the defendant. It could mitigate his criminal liability, or if you go through it or whatever, and based on the jury, which would be the trier of fact in this situation, then they might say it could be some people that think like you guys. And it could be some people that see the stuff and whatever and say, yeah, this man ain't guilty. He was tricked into all of this. But it
Mm-hmm.
doesn't, but even being found guilty because he was tricked into all this, it does not remove liability. I don't know what happened. Everybody just dropping off. So, um, and so I just, I don't know. I don't know how else to explain it. Something, I slow it down and I speak it certain ways and I'll come back and say it a different way, blah, 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 blah. Because everybody pick it up in different ways. You got some people that do learn by lecture, some people learn by hands on, some people, no, learn different ways, right? Or can pick this stuff up different ways. But when it comes to crafting defenses, it's a whole nother ball game. And I didn't never want to get into that with y'all. Past beyond what the defense R. Kelly was putting up. I don't want to get into that because the thinking, because some people have a difficulty understanding when someone has a defense of innocence and when someone says that they're not guilty. Okay, again, innocent means that you ain't do it, and there shouldn't be any evidence that suggests you did, whether you was tricked into it or whatever. Even if you tricked into it, even if this doesn't happen, then you are trying to be found not guilty by way of another defense other than innocence. So I'm not calling nobody guilty or I'm just explaining how it works. You know, prior, like, yeah, I said I like the prior bad acts evidence. I like that argument because that's unconstitutional. That you can make an argument for that being unconstitutional. I like the jury argument, though I got a little less excited when I read the judge's response to it the last time she put it up. So that's so like I said, that's why I told you guys about the different levels of law, the mandatory law, primary, secondary, right? When you're challenging the constitutionality of something, that deals with our rights and the fact that things that could have happened during the course of the trial prevent us from having a fair trial, and errors that occurred that were so egregious that it could have affected the jury's decision. It could have let me see what else. Let me think. Yeah, that when I say that, like allowing evidence or not allowing evidence, um, the judge's bias, prosecutorial misconduct, all kind of stuff like that. Sometimes not people, sometimes attorneys argue that the law itself is unconstitutional. Oh yeah, and something about the jail time that Levi was saying. Like he was saying, well, how many years you get if somebody did your herpes? Well, that's 1 or 2 years. Okay, that's fine. But here's the thing. With regards to the herpes, the years that you can face is based on the penal code, not based on how much you think and if you're charged in the state or whatever. Because then they can always go outside of the sentencing guidelines. So it's not, oh, he would have been home by now. That is neither here or there. Ain't got shit to do with nothing. He wasn't charged in the state. He was charged in the feds, and a they have a structured sentencing. What's good with it? What's good with it?
Let me get on record. What's going on, Angie? Hey, chat.
What's up, Pumpkin?
Look,
What's that?
I gotta catch Levi remix.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
I still think we are using because I was in the chat.
Wait, let me put perspective in Time out.
Somebody named Chanel Lewis. I'm not sure who that is, but somebody named Chanel.
Wait a minute, time out. Oh, she said you put nobody time out. New Black, turn me down in the background.
I'm not gonna be long. I'm just gonna
Okay.
say my piece. The on both sides, um, and I have to apologize to the people that I call stupid. Let me say that first. You aren't stupid. Your comment was stupid, okay? Because I'm supposed to attack the comment, not you. But anywho, I feel like it's this how should I say this? It seems like when the people are not for cows, because the last discussion you and Miss Mo just had in regards to how the law is going to work is basically going to come down to what the judges in the appellate court say. So it just doesn't sound to be even. It just sounds as if it's going to fall in favor to what the prosecution has already done. But somebody, is that me echoing?
New Black, well, turn something down in the background. What you got in the background? You good, Chanel? You good? What you got in the
That's not
background?
me.
I know that's you. New Black.
Hey, how you doing, Miss Walker?
All right, what you got on in the background? It's
Hey,
giving us
nothing in the
feedback.
background. It's my phone.
But do you have
Do I need to
something
go out
else?
and
You
come
have
back
another
in?
YouTube channel on?
No. I hear you. No, I hear you clear. I ain't no other YouTube channel on.
You don't have your computer on, or you don't have two YouTube things open?
No, I don't know. Should I go out and come in or something?
No, because you did it before. It's something going on with your situation.
So what you want me to do?
No, you good, but I guess trying to figure out what is that giving us that feedback.
Yeah, it sounded like I had an echo. Am I good now?
Yeah, you good.
Okay, so let me say this too. In regards to you all made a statement, did Bonjean say anything that we said? I have been barking and carrying on about the jurors being biased for I can't even say how many months. And Bonjean tapped into that same theory in her appeal. So, of course, we have to wait to see how it plays out, with the appellate court because they might agree with I think Angie, you felt like they should be based on the law, they should be able to follow what I'm sorry, if they feel they could be non-biased, they should be able to seat at the jury panel. Okay, I totally disagree. I have a more not law-based, more realistic approach in regards to it's almost like a traumatic experience. So as in once you see it, you don't forget it. And it is going to take a long time with therapy for you to get over something like that. That's how I view it. So we just have different perspectives on that. But
Well,
it's
no,
just going to be.
actually, I'm sorry. Actually, I don't think I really gave my perspective on that. I gave you what the law says. My perspective on that is somewhere kind of in the middle because I know how the human mind works. Okay, so
Mhm,
if and I've seen this happen, and I mean I've seen where people um have said like in a robbery case, and you have people that said they've been robbed before. Shit, them people get their ass up out of there quick. Okay, so
mhm.
it kind of goes down realistically. New Black, you got something going. You got something else is
Hey, New
on.
Black.
Hey, how
Yeah,
you
some
doing? How
type
you
of
doing?
feedback coming back or something.
You
I don't
got
know what
something
that is.
on.
All right, let me go out and try to come back in then.
Okay, make sure you hit the pause button and then hit the link.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
So what
so
you saying? You say you in the middle? Where you say you at?
yeah, I'm in the middle because I know that the law says if the people can agree that they can be unbiased and so on and so forth, whatever, then they can be considered um, you know, for jury duty. And I get that, but I know is that it's you. You now you doing it.
It's me. I'm going out, coming back.
Okay. I believe that people, people are human. And I've seen so many times, that uh they get asked that question that's closely related to the case, and next thing you see, baby, their ass is out of there. They say, "Yeah, I done got robbed," or "Yeah, back this, that, and the third," and their ass is gone. Okay, so I understand that I do believe that you got to have some trust in it because that's just one person, and how did you know and there's 11 others, but I really believe so. I am in the middle with that. I just quote y'all what the law say. When I tell you my opinion, I tell you it's my opinion. But
Is it still doing it?
a little bit. You got
Oh, dang.
wait a minute, wait a minute. No, it's good.
Okay, because I don't know. I
It's good.
switched
It's good.
phones. I don't know what the heck then
Yeah, it's
going.
good.
Okay.
So
I missed what you said. So can you say it? I'm sorry.
yeah, I said that I know. And I give y'all the law portion of it. I very seldom give you my opinion of it. And when I say it's my opinion, it's my opinion. I am in the middle on the fence with that in certain cases because I do know that people have experiences that that follow them, that um they become they what I was trying to say, they become crippled to that particular experience, whether they got robbed, whether they got raped, and
Mm-hmm.
it plays on that person's psyche, whatever. You know, I don't
And you
think
know how
that,
you right?
huh?
Because you know how you right? Because the
Hmm.
people in this, the people who are victims of the same circumstance are doing that in the R. Kelly case. They insert their own personal experience into their thinking of R. Kelly and his experience with his alleged victims. They're just traumatized and they can't step outside of it, for lack of a better word a phrase.
Yeah, it's still that new black, but it's okay. So, I would definitely get down to the bottom of it and just hope that shit, you make the right decision. But here's the thing, right? Making jury selection is both, you try to find some people that's unbiased, but it's also a strategic move. So a lot of times, I mean, like the judge quoted Strickland and the, the two-prong test in Strickland. Okay, there's a test with regards to when there's an issue with regarding jurors being biased and non-biased, whether they should sit or not. And hey, if the law feels like that um that particular juror passed that test, then they can sit. What's up, New Black? What you had to say?
Hey, how you doing, Miss
All
Walker?
right.
Do it sound okay now?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. That was my headphones. It was automatically connected to my phone. I don't know
Okay.
why I didn't know that. But now, I'm just listening to the show, and I was just listening to you, Levi, and Miss Momo. I think that's her name. I don't
Miss
know.
me, Miss Mo. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I was thinking back, like in history, you know, Um, so I don't want to get you blocked or nothing like that. But anyway, Hitler, anyway, thinking back how he went to war with the Jews and everything, he started a
Mm-hmm.
media campaign on them. And he did it with radio and also newspapers. And people got to reading it and they got to hearing it all the time. And it was like a position of power. That's how he ended up taking over Germany or whatever. And people got to listening to him and saying the Jews is bad people. They're trying to take the jobs, this and that. And that's how, when he had exterminated them or put them in the ovens or whatever, that's why it was so easy, because he made a propaganda campaign to make it seem like that they were so bad or whatever. So when the war happened, it was like it was okay, because they used to hearing this on the media, not television, but radio and newspapers. That was the first thing. That's what happened to R. Kelly too. What Levi was trying to prove and everything, and it just made me think back on that, and that war in Germany. And
Mm-hmm.
it's like, I understand you're a lawyer, a law professor, and everything like this. The lady was also probably type of I don't know what profession she was in, but we think back on slavery was also
You in the matrix,
they got
Black
other
Panther.
laws.
Matrix, yeah. I can hear you, New Black.
Oh, I lost you said something. So I mean, like I was saying,
Yeah.
slavery was also a law, and it was legal for the Jews and the whites to own us, and that was a
Right.
law, But we fought. That was also a law, and these laws now, it's like they're no different than it was 100 years ago, and even before that, it's no different, because we still in the land of America where this was once legal at. So, like the Bible says, as it was in the beginning, it's surely going to be in the ending. We never really going to have a real justice system, as long as we're over here in this land of America. But I mean, I understood what Levi was trying to say. I ain't trying to take sides. I don't choose. I let the women choose. I don't try to choose no sides, or your side, or Ms. Mo's side, or his side, nothing like that. I just go off of history is the best teacher, of everything. So I just think back on that. That's how this.
You're right. I understand what you're saying, but that it was a long time ago, and there are some old antiquated as laws that are still down. Um, that I mean, that is it. That's is available for use. So I mean, I get what you're saying, but my whole argument with sometimes Sky, but maybe all the time Sky. No, 75% Sky and about
I did it. I can take
85
the weight.
and 85% Levi is that there is, there, when you think you opening one door and like, okay, it should be this way. It can be that way, but it has to be tested. And they sometimes they don't want to go through the extra, because rightfully so, you're saying, hey, this was a violation. Bam, it should be over and done with.
Hmm.
Well, not like that. Yeah, it might be a violation, but they're not going to free somebody that the prosecution has proven their elements and the facts in the case. They're not going to just free somebody just like that. Okay, if it was a situation where um the prosecutors, you know but first of all, if they didn't prove the elements, then the person shouldn't be convicted of that charge. That's one. And right, truthfully, when it comes to indictments, if you cannot truly substantiate what you're accusing someone of, whatever, then you really shouldn't, be charged or be indicted, right? And feds only do indictments. Most states have the option of being charged or indicted. Charged, that means that a prosecutor is charging you with the crime, and indicted, of course, that means that a grand jury is charging you.
Yeah.
Well, let me
So,
say this because I need to get on record because I do have to retract one of my statements. I made an incorrect statement when I stated that the law does not pertain to any logic, and that statement was wrong. I need to retract that. The law does. It is logical, and it's logical in the fact that it's set up in a manner in which you cannot defeat it. Okay. So while you have a logical process, a rational process, a reasonable process for something, they have multiple things set in place for it not to follow that path. If you understand what I'm saying. Um, I just don't know any other way to say it. Basically, because like I don't mind the test. I like the
mhm.
test. But when you have the test where there's a test for the test and then the test for that test, I can't deal with it because that's when the logic goes out the window. And now I know that this is 100% system, and in my mind, there's no system that could be beat. It can only defeat itself. So don't I love the test because I like to learn and I like to think. That's why I
Yeah.
come up here. But when you have a test for the test and a law to cover up this law that might help you, and then you see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
It's I can't, it's hard for me to process. I'm not a great person. I'm analytical, so it kind of either is or it ain't with me. But I don't mind the test. I have a problem with it not being simple.
Oh Lord.
Because I
See,
feel like it's
yeah,
the
yeah,
law.
right. You got this. You got the Levi problem.
Yeah, I mean, because it's like, but it's something so important that it's changing your life. So it's like you could do step number A. Okay, like we got the mistake of fact. Okay, we have that as a dispense. But damn it, if I got a judge up there to say it's not admissible, for whatever reason I say it's not admissible, your one defense that might even been out there to save your life has been destroyed. And it just, I don't know. It does something to me. Like I can't process. It gets
Well,
blurry,
well,
and
well, I know, but here's the thing, right? You know, um, if it's not according to the law, you can put whatever in front of that, and you can end it with according to the law. If it's not according to the law, then it's not going to be allowed or admissible. It's just not, whether it be your defense or evidence.
mm-hmm.
And I think y'all have uh you know not a bad understanding with that, but just that you think that it should be something that if something goes wrong, and if anything goes wrong, it should be corrected. Well, yeah,
There
they
should
have.
be a fix. You're right, and I can't
Right.
process. So and
Yeah.
I'm admitted to it. I can't process it. It's crazy to me, like
Yeah, but
because it's
y'all
so
want it
important.
fixed. You want it fixed in your favor. They're going to fix it. They got fix remedies out there, but it might not go in your favor.
But see, once again, because it comes down to it's so many levels. It's levels. It, like you say, it might not be in my favor. It might not be in the prosecution's favor. It might be in the judge's favor because he has to move his political career at this certain point. Like, it's so much to deal with and process. Like, it's not as simple as anything that we've discussed. It's just not that
Right.
simple.
Right. It's not that simple. Um, and when you don't have the case, and we're looking at, because like you say the text messages came out, right? And if now we would have had the case, I mean, we would have had access to that, right? Of course we won't have the case because guess what, we're not on it, but on record. So, but what I'm saying is, and then you could probably kind of see, well, damn, okay, the defense was probably trying to craft this defense, so they probably thought about this stuff, because you can kind of see, even if you're trained to see what they could have been thinking of. They're not going to sit up there. It's not going to be in discovery their game plan. No, no, no. But what I'm saying is, you can look at the evidence. You can look at the pretrial motions and all that type of stuff. Kind of guess where they're going, and you try to block it off. They try to block each other off. And then doing, that's what the motion and limines are for. So, but
And let me say this, and then I'm gonna be quiet. It also, it's hard for me to understand again. How do we get from the parents sending no R. Kelly sleeping with this said minor after he was tricked by her age? I don't see how people can go from letting see, a rational mind would think in any situation the parents are responsible for their minor. Okay. In any other scenario that I give someone, let's say it's at the school, the kid has ringworm on the face, or the kid is being abused at home or abused somewhere. The first question, rational question that most people, okay, majority of people gonna ask is, where are these kids' parents? Okay. But for some reason, when it comes to the R. Kelly case, majority of the people on the other side, that's not their first question. And I just don't understand it. And I posed the question to everybody. They trying to say that he slept with her after she was 17. There was no proof of that. I mean, after she went back, there was no proof of that. But my question to everybody is, why did the parents send their 17-year-old daughter back to, I'm sorry, their 17-year-old minor baby daughter back to the grown man Kels, who is the P word and the R word? Why did the parents do that? I challenge anybody who can hear my voice to answer that question. Okay. And for people to try to deny that these women went with some type of intent when the whole damn Rico is set up on his celebrity. It's not set up um as anything else, but under him being a celebrity, creating a label to have sex with minors. That's what it is. But we want to sit up here and be in denial and act like, oh no, women don't try to get money from celebrity men. They don't try and sleep with celebrity men. They don't want to just have sex with celebrity men. But we just throw all that the rational stuff out the window because it's biases against R. Kelly. And then we go back 20 years with one P tape. I mean, how long does he have to suffer for that P tape? I
True,
asked that question too. How long?
true.
Anybody else that can hear my voice, I promise you, you have broken the law. You did something that you want to be atoned for and repent for. You want to be forgiven for. But yeah, R. Kelly, the one thing that everybody could say that he did, you give him no grace. And it just, I listen to people's statement, and I'm just like, you can't sit up here and act like you almighty and high and mighty. And if I throw a rock, I'm not gonna break one of your glass windows, because I am, and I know it, and I put everything I got on it. But it's just, I mean, Angie, it's just, I don't know. Sometimes I just get frustrated with the stopping points for some people, the lines that they get to, like the line of no return. Because I don't see how you can get to the line of when somebody told you they were 17, when you haven't even got to how the parent, how the minor got out the car, got out the house.
Yeah.
I don't get it. But I'll be quiet.
Scott, to add on what you just said, I think everybody missing a fact in this whole Jane Doe number 5 thing. Like her daddy always said, it was about music. It's about music. It's about music. Okay, if it was truly about music, why didn't y'all send y'all daughter with some money to pay this man for his time? He's a major superstar, R&B superstar. So you think your daughter, he supposed to just give your daughter a record deal? She not paying for no feature. She ain't got no money in her pocket to do a hit song or nothing. Ain't no contract signs. Like people charge people hundreds and thousands of dollars to do a song together or whatever, a collaboration or whatever. That girl ain't. They ain't. If it was really about music, then why didn't the father send her daughter with 200,000, 150,000 to get R. Kelly to assist her in music? It was never about music. It wasn't, because any artist out here today, especially somebody on a Kale's level, they gonna charge you to be on to do a song or produce you or whatever. However you may want to cut it or whatever. That girl came empty handed. You know what I mean? With her sex, with the sex in mind, and she was trying to seduce the man. That's all. Anybody can
But
see right
seduce
through
them
But
for
this.
what?
see,
But seduce them for what? Here's the thing, right? You have artists that say, "Hey, I'll help you, I'll mentor you, and whatever." Then in that case, honey, there is no money needed. Okay, now you ain't no fool. I mean, depending on who you are, whatever. If he, you think he gonna try to, proposition you, or you get with him, or whatever. I ain't gonna say that ain't gonna go on whether you got money or not. But there are artists that will help you,
well,
and you
Angie, can
don't
you
have
answer the
to have no
question?
damn money.
Can you answer
Mhm.
the question, please?
What?
Why do you think the Clary sent their minor baby daughter back to R. Kelly at the age of 17? If that even happened. But I'm saying, can you answer that question? Why do you think they sent a 17-year-old back to live with him?
Once you sent her home,
You know what I want to know. I mean, I don't know the answer to that question, but I want to know this, and I don't know. Does anybody know this? Was this testimony? Did anybody talk about this? When she went back home, what did she tell her parents? The reason why she was returning home? That she told her age and he sent her home, or what?
Yeah, because they had to come with this consent letter, Angie. They had to come back and they had to write the letter consenting to send her
Okay.
back. Yeah. So,
But I'm
yeah.
just saying, but I haven't heard them say it on these at no point. I didn't know where if they. I mean, common sense says that. I know that, but I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
remember they said the judge, he talked to his attorney, and the attorney supposedly told the parents that they have to write a letter consenting for her to go back because she had a couple days of school or something, but they had to write a consent letter in order for her to go back. So my question to anybody is, why, as a minor, would you send your daughter back to R. Kelly at that point? I don't think it goes to the point of he shouldn't have had sex with her when she went. I don't think you can get over the hurdle of why the parents sent her back. See, when we
Yeah.
stop shaking and faking and identify why the parents sent her back, that's the whole damn case. That's the motive.
to
Okay?
finish to
Because
finish
at
the
that
Okay, but
job.
point,
what's the motive though? But see, you're crafting a argument that that lacks everything that's needed for it to be a legal argument.
okay, but I'm saying, why did they send her back?
I
Did
know
they
why they
want
sent
her
her
to have
back.
sex? Let me just give some. Hold on 1 second. The Black Panther. Let me just say this one thing, Andrew. Is because this is the thing. I don't like give narratives because I know you don't like them, but we have to give the hypotheticals. Did they want her to have sex with him? Did they want her to be with him? I mean, we could infer based on the text messages what the mother wanted. Okay, not too sure about the daddy, but we can infer what the mother wanted. My son-in-law. I mean, we can go on and on with her, but what was the real reason? If you didn't want her to have sex with him, did you want her to have sex with him? Like, why did you send her back? Did you want him to give her a record deal?
That is
Like,
just, oh, that's so creepy to think that way. But here's the thing, right? And I have to come to this um this rationale, and I because it's so creepy, so fucking dirty and nasty. I have to consider that you didn't give a damn whether she was screwing him or not. Okay, I mean, even at 18 or whatever,
yeah.
and just and I just don't like to think like that because I want to think that as parents we do. I mean, it might not be by the book, but god damn, it got to be by common sense at least. You
But
know,
that's what I'm saying. But see, that's where we
Mm,
stuck, Angie, because we can't use common sense to free him. But that part right there is common.
right.
Like, what the fuck did they send her back for? We don't have a checking account to chase the money.
I
Right.
think they sent her back. To answer your question, I think they sent her back because the job was not finished yet. The
Oh,
job wasn't finished yet. She got nothing but, excuse my friend, she got nothing but a wet ass, possibly a wet ass. She ain't got no money. She ain't got no record deal. Well, R. Kelly was giving her money for shopping or whatever. But to the daddy wasn't out. He wasn't like the average father. He was a street type of guy. You know what I mean? And then the grown the I don't even like to say that man's name. But anyway, he one that got on his show and said this would be all over if he would have paid us 250,000. He was like, exactly, exactly.
no, no, no.
So that lets you
You
know what
blowing
their
that
motive
part out of
was already. They wanted to come up.
Yeah, but you blowing that part out of proportion. That was for you on point right now. And I'm gonna tell you where you stay on point with because of that statement. Now, Angelo said out his own mouth. Now, I can't remember if I was on that live with Dana or not, but I remember him saying he is upset because his daughter has no independence. Basically, like you saying, she got a hard dick and a wet ass and no record. He didn't give her any independence. He didn't leave her with any independence. He did not leave her with a record deal, nothing. That's why he was mad. And he said that out of his own mouth. And all you people who do all the recording, go back and listen to it. So you on point right there, New
Yeah,
Black Panther. The
exactly.
father admitted that. The 250 was saying if you give us 250,
It'll
then
all go away.
yeah, then send the girls back. They was trying to get the girls back at that point, and it all goes away.
Well,
That's what that part was.
I think even if R. Kelly would have gave that daddy $250,000, like they said, they wouldn't have cared what happened to their daughter then, whether she's sleeping with him or not.
No, no,
But
no. They was gonna give him 250 to
who
get the
was on?
girls back.
No, no, no. The rat said, "This will all go away if you just paid us. You would have had a good night's sleep." That's what they said on that show. You'd have had a good night's sleep if you just paid us $250,000. So they
I don't
already
think that's
exposed.
right.
Yeah,
They,
that's
he,
that's
No, they're supposed to give him the money
yeah.
for them to
For him
come.
to send the girls back.
Yeah.
no, they wouldn't care if the girl got sent back or not because it would have made it. I mean, Kells would have never. If even if he would have people like that, you got to be in the streets to know a little bit about how this would have went. If he would have gave him $250,000, I guarantee you, the average black person that ain't never really had no money like that, they would spend that money up probably a month or less than that.
That ain't what was said, New Black. You're not listening. They were supposed to give Kels 250,000 to return the girls or whatever you want to call them.
Right.
Literally, I mean, I
And
don't think he
L,
had no $250,000. Daddy ain't the father ain't had no $250,000 because the mama was on there talking about she gotta get a light pole and this and that. Now light pole ain't even cost, that's not even no
now
twenty
wait,
fifty
wait.
thousand dollars.
Okay, now we don't want to go too deep in the weeds, but we did establish that there was a broken marriage. Understand that, to my understanding, Angelo drives trucks, and that's $1 billion industry. And he also has businesses on the side, and we all know L has his hands in some dirty things, so they could have came up with 250K. That wouldn't have been a tough feat. Sorry, L, but they could have
Lord.
came up with that 250K. Don't worry about what the mama said in the text messages. That's separate. I'm sure they could have came up with 200. Plus, you got Tim Savage. He don't look like he broke. You know what I'm saying? He could have chipped in and got them girls back. So 3 people on 250. I think they could have got it up. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think they would have gave Kells no 250 because they in it to get money. They not in it. They wasn't in it to give away money to get their so-called daughters back. No, they it was all extortion thing. They wasn't trying to get no money to Kells. They trying to get that bag from Kells. That's what I think. So I just disagree on that part. You know what I mean? Because they know once your hand got caught in the cookie jar, then they would have kept on. Okay, we did another 250,000, another 250,000. He would have kept on paying the rest of his life because he know they got him by the ball, so to speak. You know, so it would have ended at that 250 if it would have went the scenario I just gave. So
I
I
get you.
mean,
I mean, we
You
just got a
you
different
heard that
perspective.
wrong though, because it wasn't that way. They was gonna give Kels $250,000 because he needed money to pay for
Lawyers,
his his what that thing called his studio, the stuff that he owed and all that stuff there. They were saying that all this could have went away if you would have if you had accepted the $250,000 and sent the girls back.
I got a
That's
different interpretation from that show. I guess I don't know. Maybe I need to look at it, listen to it again. You know,
yeah, do that again.
but
'Cause
I'm gonna hop off. But I just wanted to say that, and my question is still posed to anyone: why did the parents send their minor daughter back to R. Kelly at the age of 17? And I feel like that is the factor, and that's where the rubber meets the road, because it doesn't matter with the emotions, the narratives, anything. That question has to be answered. I don't see how we can go forward without it,
Mhm.
you know. But we don't have a legal answer because there's no money, trace of money. I mean, we have nothing except, I don't even think there was a testimony. There was testimony about it. She said something like my mother had to write the letter. They wrote that's when they did that consent letter. But we'll just have to look into that. But I feel like that should be the primary question before we even get to the sex. And just for the sake of that argument, what proof do you all have that he had sex with her after that point?
right?
That's the question that I leave on the table. But thank you for letting me up.
Well, it could be. Well, it's whatever proof the prosecutors have, because I'm sure they had to, because the dates was a part of the elements. Remember the dates they had in there?
Yeah, but I think them dates that he called her on was at the Dolphin Hotel. The dates that was pulled off from text messages that they had sex that date as a minor at that Dolphin Hotel.
No, I'm talking about the dates in the indictment. They had them dates like that. When they have it like that, that means they should have evidence of those dates. Now, it could be just her testimony, but it is what it is.
I'm saying, was it for the sex or was it for the man and the other charges?
What you mean?
The dates, would they be referring to the sexual acts, or would they be referring to the other charges that the things happen, like the man
Okay.
and other stuff?
So remember, like with the Mann Act, so the first thing, he caused her to go across state lines.
Mm-hmm.
Then the next thing was to he exposed her to herpes. So the sex is in there, but it's just not a part of the elements.
All right. Well, I just had to put my little footprint out there, and I'll be back. Let somebody else come up, and I just had to catch Levi's remix, but I'll be back.
All right, girlie.
All right,
All
y'all.
right.
All right, God, peace.
So
Well, I think Levi is gonna be a little bit more emotional than anybody else, and also Dana too, because they know this man personally. But everybody else is like supporters or non-supporters. So
mhm.
I know, but I look at it differently. I look at things differently. It's like today is R. Kelly. Tomorrow it could be me or my son or Miss Walker, you or your daughter. You know what I mean? It's like once
Mhm.
they get, it's like we all gotta stick together some type of shape, form, and fashion. Even though we may not agree with what happened, but we gotta look at it like, okay, today this living in America is so tricky, and it's like it's so easy for them to come after somebody.
What's
So
good,
it's like
SpongeBob? Go ahead.
it's like uh it's like we gotta stick together and let what I mean. Sometimes law is not always right. You know what I mean? We can't help that, or we can't. I mean, we can fight against it, yeah, if we unite, but we never gonna unite because we too separated. Some of us gonna be Christians and Baptists. Those people entities gonna be going against each other, Muslim and Christian, mama and daughter, son and father. It's always something that's gonna keep us separated, and that's how they
Right.
always beat us in the end because they know how to keep us separated. And we always gonna have a losing battle. Until we unite and stand up. It's like they playing a game on our backs, but it's not gonna be over until we stand up and say, okay, the game is over. We have to stand up. You know what I mean? So they can stop playing a game of their games on our backs. And they're doing it for hundreds of years now. And we just allow them. But at some point in time, we got to come together, though.
Right. I get you. What's up, SpongeBob? What's going on?
What's up? I've been
It's
wanting
time
to
for me to
talk.
go now. I Miss Walker, thanks for having me on the show.
Oh Lord.
What are you
All
gonna
right.
say?
I don't want to say nothing. Please.
Y'all are
Okay.
crazy. Go ahead, SpongeBob.
uh,
What the hell is you
I
doing to
had
the
some.
people?
I had some things I wanted to talk to you about. Um,
Go ahead.
the first one is uh, Keller, and you were just talking about the Mann Act and RICO. He said something about if all of the predicate acts related to Azrael were dropped, there still would be enough to get 30 years based on two predicate acts for the Mann Act. And I just want to say, like, first of all, I think that's incorrect because
Yeah, that's correct.
the first charge is RICO. It's not the Mann Act. And the Mann Act doesn't, as far as I know, doesn't have predicate acts. RICO does.
Right.
And you need two minimum predicate acts for RICO. But if you're, I mean, I don't know how it works in criminal court. I'm a civil attorney. But in civil court, basically, the more predicate acts you have, the better, right? The increased likelihood of more damages. You need two minimum,
Right.
but so does that mean here? And I don't know if you know the answer, Angie, or not, but Does that mean here that if you knock out some of the predicate acts, that count one, the sentence could be reduced?
No, the count one carries, I think it's 20 years, so it carries whatever it carries. It's not going to be reduced just because some acts are not proven or whatever. I mean that's already happened,
But
and it
aren't there sentencing guidelines? Isn't there a range? And
yeah,
I
there's a
mean,
range when it comes
yeah.
to sentencing. When someone's found, after you found, guilty, then there is a sentencing guidelines, and based on where you fall, what level you fall on, then that's what they assess you with. But no, whatever RICO carries, it carries it as the penal code, right? The penal code carries a statutory minimum, whatever, whatever they said. I think it's 20 years or whatever. So they could have been like a span of 10 years. They've had two predicate acts that still have been 20 years. They could,
So
so
but right now the sentence is 30 years. So what I'm saying is, if you
but it's
knocked out
30
some
years with the for the entitled in the total case, the
I,
entitled the indictment.
well, but no, but I think for count one, for RICO alone, the sentence was 30 years, and that the rest of the sentences ran concurrently, including those that have lower amount of years.
Hold
So
on, I thought it was 20. It could be 30, huh? Let me see what it is.
I think that's where
Oh, it's
she
20
got.
years.
It's
It's
20.
20 years. It's 20 years.
Count one is 30 years.
No, count one is 20 years. Rico is 20 years.
So how did she get to the 30 years? I don't understand.
She got to 30.
If she's running all the sentences concurrently on the charges, and then one of the counts doesn't get to 30 years alone, how does she give him 30 years? That doesn't. I'm not following
Um,
that. That's what I'm not following, and that's
I'll
frustrating.
read it. I'll read it. It was she gave I mean, well, you know how they it's by penal code. So hold on. Okay, there it is. Judgment, right? I'm pulling it up. Wait a minute. Cause she gave. Wait a minute. She gave. All right. Okay, I got the sheet up.
Remember, was on a docket entry on Pacer.
Yeah. No, I'm pulling it up on yeah count. Yeah, it is on the docket entry, but I'm pulling up on the actual count. Okay, she gave 360 months on count one.
How many? Isn't that 30 years?
Hold on. 360 divided by 12. Yeah, it is 30 years.
Right. That's what I thought.
Yes.
That's what.
Yeah, so she gave him 30 years on count one and ran the rest of it concurrently. But the charge, she sentenced him outside of the guidelines. She sentenced him on, like an upward departure, right? Then you got a downward departure and an upward departure. So she
Mhm.
sentenced him outside the guidelines. She gave him 30 years and ran the rest of it concurrently. But the minimum sentence for Rico is 20 years.
The minimum sentence. No, so that's what I'm saying. She could, sorry, not
Um,
she, the appeals court, the Second Circuit could hypothetically knock down Rico to 20 years because of they find some of the predicate acts don't hold. So he could get a reduced sentence hypothetically if, I mean, I'm just saying if in, some kind of
I mean,
world where
if
the
they
predicate acts don't all hold.
right, but remember, you can sentence that the sentencing guideline is only an advisory now. It's not what you must go by. So he can go through. They can knock out some of the RICO, some of the acts in the RICO, and still get at least 20 years. It could still hold to 30. It just all depends on, if they think that sentence is, fit the crime, or, however they determine it.
Yeah, so I mean, they could say that the sentencing was excessive too, right? And knock
Right,
it down. If there's a minimum of 20.
right.
I'm not, and I'm not trying to help R. Kelly. I just want to be intellectually honest and
Right, right.
understand possibilities. I don't.
I mean, they can reduce it lower than that if they want to, because they have that discretion now.
Right. Uh, the other thing is, um, like, have you looked into at all, like, the herpes statute and whether uh, the correct statute was applied or not? Because Bonjean made a big deal out of that, and I don't know. I don't know if you happened to look at that. Was that raised in the lower
Mhm.
court? Do you know at all? Like, did they talk about how this is the wrong herpes statute you're applying, and it's unconstitutional in any event?
Yeah, it was raised. That's why they can raise it now. It was raised, and what happened was the because when they raised it, I said well, the prosecution gonna say either something about, I didn't know which publication was current, because I'm not keeping up with no herpes and all of that publications. So no STD publications. So I'm just not doing all of that in California and New York. That's just not what I'm going to do. But I said, they're going to come back and catch that. They're going to say that either it was the right one that they used to sentence him, or something in that regards, and they did so, and then the judge agreed with the prosecution. So I don't know if she's saying that that is outdated, or that it, what did she say? What was it, repeal, or is it outdated?
Repealed, yeah, and
And she used the word repeal,
they were
right?
trying to retroactively apply criminal law. They're like saying it's an ex post facto use
Yeah.
of a repealed law.
Yeah, but she tried to make that same ex post facto in with regards to something in Illinois, and she didn't, and she said that she knew it wouldn't be ex post facto because the actual statute had already lapsed, because you can't apply ex post facto to something. You have to apply it when the law is still in force, and you can't apply it to new state or federal laws. So she's saying that she knew that argument, it wasn't ex post facto, but she wanted them to consider, how she, I don't know if you got familiar with how she make her arguments, but yeah. So she she made that, but she said, now see, here's the thing, right? I don't remember her saying that it was repealed when she did it in the um what, did she do it? No, what he did, they did it, they raised it during the hearing, and I think she did it on the post conviction motion. Did she do it on post
Okay.
conviction motion?
I don't know. I stopped paying. I was spending so damn much money on Pacer for this. I just stopped because I was just like, I'm not getting paid. Like I don't have a channel.
Right. Ain't got nothing to do
I'm
with
not
this.
representing anyone in this case. I mean,
Right.
in the past, when I've used pay certs because I have a client,
Yeah.
and then I can either charge it to the law firm where I'm working at or to the client sometimes. But
Yeah, and I
here,
thought
I was just like racking up charges. I mean, if you have your own channel, it's cool, but otherwise, it gets expensive, especially when you got like 100-pager shit and fucking bullshit,
yeah,
things
but
with
well,
like
I
a
thought
million
that
exhibits.
yeah, I thought that when you going in and you say okay, you go in as an attorney and put in your number and all that type of stuff. I thought that they give you like a discount or um
I don't know if they
or
do, but it's
free
still
or what.
expensive.
They don't. They don't give you none of that.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'm
They don't
just,
give you none of that.
oh man, that's too bad.
I was like, what the hell? This the regular price. What the hell is this? But no, um, when she raised, let me see, on the post conviction motion, she was a my bill already up to $300 and something dollars. This is crazy.
$300-something thousand. Wow.
No, 300. No, 300 and something dollars. That my bill is.
Oh, dollars.
Oh yeah, not 300.
Oh, to print it, you mean?
No,
Jesus
for
Christ.
my Pacer bill, it's three
Oh,
hundred
for
and
your
something
Pacer
dollars.
bill? Oh, that's fucking, yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, but the last time I was
That's
billed,
like
it was only 90 something. So I was like,
that's
okay,
like that's like taking two of my kids to Disneyland for the
right,
day.
it's high though.
Just I'd rather go to Disneyland. But the other thing you were talking about, and I don't think I heard everything. I only heard part of it because I was working, and I had like a million demand letters to send out threatening people.
Huh?
Um, so yeah, so what was it? The the ineffective assistance of counsel because during voir dire, the defense attorney did not strike jurors. Have you looked at that? Was there anything to that? Does that look like that's not going anywhere on appeal? The reason I asked these two, by the way, is because I've seen plenty of cases where there's a partial or at least a partial reversal on some things or full when
Mm.
you mess up with jury instructions or juries. I think that appellate courts are very like aware of that, and that's why I was asking about the herpes statute because the argument there is the jury was improperly instructed on the wrong law, right? And if that's true, that would be bad. But I don't know if that's what happened, and it could
Yeah,
be the
right. If they were instructed on the wrong law, see that in fact kind of invalidates that um, indictment, and you know that that indictment and the jury charge needs to match. Okay, except
right,
for administrative changes. Other than that, because you essentially have indicted someone wrongfully because you indicted them based on the wrong penal code and all that type of stuff because that was a part. And here's the thing that penal code, that not penal code, I mean that whatever that herpes publication, whatever, that is a part of the elements that's in the damn
right,
indictment.
right,
Yeah,
right.
so it's going to be
That's why I'm
invalid.
so curious about. That's why that was like one of the things I'm like, I don't know about this. And then, because I don't know, I haven't,
No.
that would require like a really detailed statutory analysis. And
Right.
it also would require me spending more money on Pacer that I don't want to spend. But the what about this jury, selection and ineffective assistance of counsel? I know I like you were just starting to talk about that, and I had to get back to work.
Yeah. So
What was your conclusion or thoughts on that?
when I originally read her argument, with regards to it, she made a strong, argument, right, about it, right, and saying about um, the the attorney didn't, strike these jurors for, you know, watching Surviving R. Kelly, or having
Oh, is
some
that what it
kind,
was about? Because they watched R.
yeah,
Kelly
and
Surviving R.
having
Kelly.
some kind of knowledge about the defendant's, prior allegations and things along that nature, right?
Hmm.
And then I went to see what the judge responded to before. And what the judge did was the judge um quoted Strickland, right, with the
Yeah,
two
of
prong
course.
test, right?
Right. The
So he
two.
went there
Yeah.
with it, yeah. So I was less
Well,
excited.
that's a really high bar. Strickland is a high
Yeah,
bar to
high
meet. There's a lot of deference towards
bar.
attorneys. As long as you're not a total fuck up, then you'll meet Strickland.
Right. And what I said was, within recent years, I think it was out 3 or 5 years, the Supreme Court has issued an opinion saying that when it comes to the effectiveness of counsel, they don't have to be outstanding and over. They have to
Hmm.
be. They have to have done just a reasonable job, right?
Oh
Meaning,
wow, that's
they
even
could
easier. Yeah,
have.
yeah, that's
Huh?
good for attorneys, I guess. Good news for
Yeah,
attorneys.
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
don't know
exactly.
about good news for the defendants, but
Right,
good news for
right. So
attorneys.
that's what I was saying. I said, "Oh boy." So I'm like, shit. I mean, so it's a lot going on with that. But yeah, with the Strickland
Yeah,
is a high bar. Strickland
yeah,
is
yeah. If that's where the judge went in the lower
mhm,
court, that must be more where the law is currently. I don't know.
mhm.
I don't know, but
That's where it
just
is.
on paper though, those were the two I looked at because these jury instructions, like
Mhm.
these are classic things that get appeals overturned. Like,
Right. Jury
I mean, not
instruction.
appeals overturned. Cases overturned on appeal.
Right.
Um,
That's what I said. Jury instructions. And the one I'm really watching is bad active evidence. Um,
oh,
and
or
I
like
don't, and
what's the name of it in criminal law? Predisposition or something like that. What's it called?
propensity
Uh,
evidence.
propensity. Yeah.
Yeah, propensity evidence. Right. So she, and see, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Okay, so you can use propensity evidence to show motive and intent and things of that nature. You just can't use it to show, propensity, right?
Hmm.
Now, what I'm looking at, was it too much? Would they look at it and say, hey, all this, was it necessary to have all of these people? And here's the thing, right?
Oh,
I know
like
some.
well, like you think even to the point where it's a Rule 403 issue?
Mm-hmm.
Really? Okay.
Because,
Like
yeah,
prejudicial or
the prejudicial,
something?
yeah. So, because here's the thing, right? Somebody said that it corroborated, and I don't know whether it was the prosecution or somebody. Well, somebody said that it corroborated the charged acts, right?
Hmm.
You look at it; those people had separate instances of whatever type of allegation with R. Kelly, right?
Right.
They had their
Right.
own story.
Right.
That's a little different. That's different than cooperation because okay, cooperation you can see, okay, so and so. Some of it did, it intertwined, right? Like with
Mhm.
the Alex dude and whoever, one of the girls, I think Jane Doe number 5 or somebody. Some stuff like that. Well, they had people that we had never even heard of,
Yeah.
giving
Yeah. That's
their
true.
counsel. So you look at it and say, okay, um is this is this could she be right? Because this is a lot. That
Mhm.
was a lot they put on.
That's true.
I don't know. I'm looking at that too.
I think the counter argument will be these are all just pattern and practice, not for Rico. But I don't know where the I I mean I tend to think the appeal will be denied, but
Yeah.
that's what I've been thinking. But uh, and the main reason is, and I don't want to crush people's dreams, but it's the evidence that like you have to. Most of the time, these courts are going to weigh procedural errors against evidence and whether the jury would have come to the same conclusion anyway or could have, right?
Hmm.
So, like you said before, the harmless error rule. Yes, it's an
Hmm.
error, but was it harmless? Um, I, you could say the evidence is overwhelming of at least certain things that the main witnesses testified on. Um, but I guess we'll see. One thing I don't get though is why is there so much focus? And I don't mean to demean anyone because I was upset by the text messages as a
Hmm.
parent. I said, "What the fuck is this shit?" Okay. Uh,
The
I,
hell
I,
is
I
going
can't
on?
I can't conceive of a parent who basically wants to pawn off and sell their kids to
It's
like that,
too
love
off
their
the
minor kid.
chain.
But uh, it's hard for me to relate to that. But at the same time, I look, I agree with Keller. Didn't the government in regards to Jane Doe 5, in terms of the underage sex under the Mann Act, they're only charging R. Kelly with conduct related to after he knew her age and she came back. They didn't charge R. Kelly with anything related to the Dolphin Hotel or, uh, anything like that. That stuff at the beginning of the relationship, they only charged him for uh, exposing her to herpes.
Right.
Um, did you catch that, or am I
Yeah,
wrong
yeah,
on that?
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
He was trying to explain that they charged him anything that had to do with her age as far as sex or whatever until she was over 18. Because he was going by the dates and everything.
Oh, wait, no, they charged him um, when he knew she was underage still. After she came
Right.
back, she left and she came back.
That's what I meant. I'm sorry. I said 18 wrong.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's when she
Yeah.
was 17
When
still,
she was 17 and came back. Right.
right? I think that's
So,
correct. So
mm-hmm.
I think that's another reason why these text messages aren't going to be as powerful because they're not. He's not charged for anything related to the Dolphin Hotel or early on in the relationship, as far as I know. Uh,
Right. I
uh,
mean, Keller said
so
he did a thorough look at it. Now, I didn't
I don't
look
know.
at it with
I'm
him.
just go. I like I
Mhm.
said. I don't want to pay for pacer
Right.
and look at everything. Okay. Well, now that I've maybe bored your audience with very legalese type stuff.
No, So listen,
Yeah.
so I don't know if you was listening to Levi
Oh
and
yeah,
and
that's. I was going to ask you that. Where does Levi stand now? I'm just out of curiosity on all of
the
this.
same place, the same
Oh, the
place.
same place.
So this,
Okay.
so yeah, so okay, so he is saying, and then when you start talking about prosecutorial misconduct, that kind of make me, make my screen crawl sometimes. So I'm like, wait a minute. So he is saying that it is prosecutorial misconduct because the prosecutors had seen the text messages and knew that when Jane Doe number 5 testified to, how she got to the Dolphin Hotel or what happened, whatever, that she was lying. But they
Okay.
suppressed the evidence. He used the word suppress the evidence. And, and I guess essentially let her put forth false testimony. What do you think about that?
Well, first of all, it's irrelevant because she's not. Again, he's not charged with conduct related to the Dolphin Hotel, except to the extent she was exposed to herpes. So, and same with everything up to the point where he actually knew her real age. He's not charged for any of the minor sex for that.
But what
So
about
I mean, and if there was lying or deceit, then those are credibility issues that you're supposed to attack on cross examination. And if
right, right? That's what I was
uh,
saying. Because
yeah,
the defense had access to discovery too.
right. So if their attorney did a poor job on cross examination, you can't rever. I mean, again, to meet the ineffective assistance of counsel bar, sounds like it's pretty getting even harder to meet that
Right.
under current case law. So, uh, and prosecutorial misconduct. Bonjean's not even arguing that. She didn't
Right.
mention. She's not going after.
Right. That's what
She's
I've
not
been
doing
trying.
that. I don't think
I've been
she would
trying to get
dare
them to
say
see
that.
that.
Yeah.
Right.
There's certain things
So
she
yeah,
can't say, even if she thinks it,
exactly.
as an attorney, because she's got to always worry about being sanctioned or being humiliated
That's
because you
what
don't
I
have enough evidence.
hey. I say she want her
You,
license.
I mean, you don't have good support for something, and you go to
Hmm.
oral argument, the judge is going to humiliate you in front of everybody
Right.
and make you look stupid. And then maybe they'll even write in their opinion that you made a stupid argument, and then that will be available on Lexus for the rest of your life
Hmm.
and the rest of your career. Anytime you
Yep.
go to look for a job or whatever, someone's going to see, oh, this attorney made a frivolous argument of prosecutorial misconduct. Wow, I don't
Hmm.
think I'm going to hire them. Like,
Right. I was
uh,
explaining to people that stuff goes on your record, and
yeah,
sometimes even if you clear the evidence, it's still there.
right.
So
I mean,
it's
Levi can make all the arguments he wants. Everyone on YouTube can make all the arguments they want. I just don't think a lot of people understand that the appeal is a lot more narrow than what
mhm,
people are talking about,
right.
as Bonjean framed it. And if she didn't raise it now, you can't raise arguments for the first time in a reply brief. So after the respondent's brief comes in, she can't all of a sudden come up with prosecutorial misconduct in the reply. The
Exactly.
opening brief was her one shot to
One
make that
hush.
argument.
Exactly. As I was trying to explain, she's already raised what she was going to raise. It's
Right.
already
There's
been
two,
done.
as you mentioned, there's two things. One thing you got to keep in mind is to argue something on appeal. Almost always you had to have argued it at some point during the
Hmm.
trial court. Um, and also, or it's waived. it's considered waived. And,
Right.
so
Wait.
that's one thing people have to keep in mind. You can waive stuff, and the same thing if you don't assert something in an opening brief on an appeal. Generally, it's waived, and you can't
Mm-hmm.
make that argument in the reply. I mean, there are exceptions, and I've weaseled my way around it before.
What, the
Uh,
procedural bar or something like that, or procedural default or something? But that's habeas.
I've weaseled by saying there was like some case law or something I found before saying if a prosecutor makes something along the lines of the same argument, not prosecutor, but in my case it was never prosecutor because I'm civil. But the plaintiff argued something for the first time, and I wasn't expecting that, so I had to raise this new argument in a reply to
Mm.
respond to that argument. You know what I'm saying?
Oh
Like,
wow,
so
wow, okay.
you have to get very creative.
Creative, right, right,
But
right,
most of the time that's not going to work
right,
because it's
right.
considered waived. Any
Exactly.
Well, that's all I wanted to talk to you about because these were like some legal issues that have really been bugging me, and there's no one I can really talk to about it. I don't know anyone following this. I don't know any other attorneys following this, like in my life outside of YouTube.
And be like,
Like,
what? You
like,
following what?
well, I mean, they know about R. Kelly and
Right. But
that he
they be
was
like, but you
convicted.
that involved in it? Like,
Right, right. Like, why are you getting
oh
paid?
no.
Are you? No.
Like, what the
Uh,
hell?
this thing just draws you in. You know what I mean? It's like you get
Right.
drawn in and you get hooked on it. Kind of. It's like a drug, at least for me.
Uh-huh. So let me ask you this. Was
Yeah.
the one she was arguing that was outdated or repealed, was it the California one or the New York one?
I think it was the California one, if memory serves me
I see
correctly.
two.
But
New York.
but that, I don't, I could be wrong, but I want to say it was the California one, but I could be wrong. It's been a while since I looked at the opening brief. I only looked at it right when it came out.
Right, because she said, I got it pulled up. She said that, let me see. Oh, let me go back and see. Okay, is that the herpes right there? I mean, I don't talk about herpes so much, it's crazy. I'm serious. I
Yeah,
know
I
more
never
about,
talked about herpes.
yeah, like herpes, like, oh my gosh. All this
Oh
herpes talk.
shit.
I'm like, Jesus. And they told me everybody got type 1. I'm like, oh God.
Oh man.
Like, oh my goodness. All this about these herpes. Let me see. Oh yeah, it's California. She said
Yeah,
it's
that's what I
California.
thought.
She said must be vacated because government charge dependent with the repealed version of the statute. See,
Right? See, that's what I was telling you. It was repealed.
boy, that's
I don't know but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe there's some case law that they're going to cite saying it was proper to cite the repealed version because it was in effect at the time of the conduct, but I don't know.
I think that's what they said before. I think that's what they
Okay.
said before.
All right.
That
That's what I would argue. I mean,
yeah.
I just did look for case law saying that.
Yeah, exactly.
There's
Exactly.
probably case law going the other way too. I don't know. Um,
Wait a minute, let me see. Is this no, okay, that's what she I'm trying to see what the judge said. Um, okay, in regards to that, because
yeah,
like
that's what I was curious about too.
yeah, because it repealed that. That's why I pulled up the judge's. I just skipped to the judge's response to
Right.
all of this stuff. Because she laid out a detailed opinion, and the order, and she explained like everything she did. So
Yeah, she's very thorough.
she is.
Very. Uh, Judges are all different. You got someone like Judge L, who, for most of his orders, he said almost nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
But then you
Exact.
have
I
ones
agree.
like on the opposite extreme. You got Judge Ann, who generally has detailed opinions.
Mhm. Mhm. Very detailed, and I was, and when he first, when we, when the thing got kicked off in Illinois, and his first order, and I was like, you got to be kidding me. He wasn't responding like she would respond to the filings and all that type of stuff, whatever. He'll do it he'll just handle it all like a whole bunch of shit that then come up. He'll handle it in court, and then you see an order entry in there, like a about two or three or four sentence paragraph denying it all. That's just all kind. I was like, dude, like you got to give me more than this. You gonna drive me crazy. He drove me crazy. I was like, I can't
Yeah,
stand you. I need to
yeah.
know. Uh, you know. Let me see. I'm trying to
I need to know
find when they
why.
start.
Yeah,
I'm trying to find when they start talking about California, because you bring up a good point. That California law. I mean, she said it was repealed. Like, okay, where you gonna go with now? And I like now I looked at some of the prosecution's response to some of the stuff she raised, and they went with the old listen. We only have to prove this, that, and the third. We don't got to prove none of that you're talking about. I was like, oh, okay.
okay.
And there is there are opinions from the higher court that supports that prosecutors only have to prove this, that, and the third, and they don't go all into this extra you're talking about or whatever. I'm like, okay.
Okay. Well, I guess I don't know.
Cause well, she likes to skirt around mandatory law, and she don't want them to make a decision based on the letter of the law. She wants a lot of it interpreted. And I mean, I don't know if she's gonna get away with that.
What do you mean
uh,
by mandatory law? Like controlling precedent, or do you mean statutes?
Statutes.
Oh, okay.
hmm like she likes to use a lot of case laws and things of that nature.
Yeah,
You
like
got
goes into the
statutory.
weeds.
Yeah, you got statutory. That's mandatory law. That's what they must follow.
Right.
Unless you know. But that is I don't know.
We shall see. I guess we'll just see what happens. I'm curious what the government comes up with.
Right. Oh, here we go
Afterwards.
back to here we go back
Do we know when
the
the respondent's brief is due by any chance?
yeah, it's 30 days from when she put hers in. So
Oh, they didn't ask for an extension or anything?
not yet.
Oh,
I haven't
okay.
seen in a pacer that they asked for an extension, and they haven't asked for leave to do anything either. So
I'm like Bonjean. I always ask for all the extensions I can get. It's better to have more time.
yeah.
But
So let me read what this says about this damn. So okay. The defendant argues that the government did not prove he violated CHSC section 120290 because the government charged the defendant with a repealed version of the statute no longer in effect and proposed jury instructions that rewrote the statute in clear violation of various constitutional violations. That's what we just talked about.
Right, right.
Right. We just talked about that, right?
Yeah.
Says he also characterizes the statute as impermissibly vague and claims there was insufficient evidence to prove the charge in any event. Each of the defendant's arguments is unavailing. The
Mm,
1998
okay.
version of CHSC section 120290 was in effect at the time of the charge conduct.
Ah, see, that's
In
what yeah.
April and May, the version of the statute which remained effective through 2017 provided, and then they gave what the statute said, what the statute said, and then it says CHSC section 120290 effective 1998. The current version of section 120290, which did not take effect until January 1st, 2018, make it unlawful for someone to transmit an infectious or communicable disease provided that he knows that he is afflicted with an infectious and communicable disease, acts with the specific intent to transmit that disease to another person, engages in conduct that poses a substantial risk of transmission to that person, and transmit the infectious or communicable disease to the other person. It says, thus, while the 1998 version required, among other things, that a defendant act willfully in exposing himself to another person, the 2018 version requires that a defendant act with the specific intent to transmit the disease.
Oh, that's a big difference.
Uh-huh. See, but you know what? In her appeal, I think she spoke with regards to intent as well.
Yeah, she did.
Uh, she did, right?
Yeah,
She
that's why
said,
she was saying it's unconstitutional, and because violation of due process, because you got one statute that's repealed that is a easier standard to meet than the newer statute, which requires specific intent to transmit,
right,
which is
right,
a hard. How do you prove that? Even I don't even know how you would prove
right,
that.
right. So yeah, because that's the highest
I mean,
form of
who says yes? I'm going to give someone herpes.
yeah, right,
Who the
right.
fuck does
So
that?
yeah, so I guess the old version it requires only general intent or unintentional. So
Yeah,
um
willful, I think, or something like that, which is, I guess, interpreted as more, like you said, not quite not quite, not, you don't have to have the intent, but like you have it and you could give it.
hmm yeah, so so she's trying to get it classified under the 2018 version, which because then now she has a good argument because like now you got to prove specific intent. Well, why did they change it to read that? Because like I don't know too many nuts that would be out there like, yeah, let me get these AIDS or whatever.
Right,
Like
right, yeah.
that's crazy.
Yeah,
Specific, that's crazy. I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
yeah, that's weird. But so I guess we'll see what happens. I don't know.
Oh, but look how she came back with regards to the intent kind of part of it. Listen what she says. She says the
Okay.
indictment made it clear that the 1998 version of Section 120290 formed the basis for the Mann Act violations charged in Racketeering Act 8A and 8B. It says the defendant, together with others, did knowingly and intentionally transport an individual to wit Jane in interstate commerce with intent that such individual engage in sexual activity for which a person can be charged with a criminal offense, to wit violation of California Health and Safety Code Section 120290. 1998, willful exposure of a communicable disease, in that the defendant engaged in unprotected sexual intercourse with Jane without first informing her that he had contracted herpes and obtaining her consent to sexual intercourse in those circumstances. Similarly, when the court instructed the jury regarding CHSC Section 120290, it quoted the 1998 version of Section 120290 and set forth the elements that the government was required to prove in order to establish a violation under that version. So does it seem like they are? Is she running the two versions together? Something ain't. I don't. Listen, I'm getting in the weeds with this. This is crazy. Wait a minute.
I don't know. I'd have to read it myself.
You
Sounds sounds a little tricky.
Yeah, it seems a little tricky to me because it
Yeah.
seems like you're saying that, well, regardless of which um um provision it was, hell, he did it. I mean, that's what it sounds like she's saying. So, and no matter which one you say it is, he did it. Like, oh, wait a
Yeah.
minute, because she's laying out an argument for both versions of CHSC Section 120290. Huh. I, mm, mm, I don't know. I don't know. I'll put that on my list to watch too. So I'll watch so I'm watching the jury argument.
Yeah.
The one about bad acts. I gotta watch now. I gotta watch these herpes. I cannot get away from these herpes. Like that is, but that's a good point you brought up. I'm gonna watch that. I'm gonna see how that comes out because if it requires specific intent, then J-Bo has a point. But Judge Donnelly just and here's the thing, right? Is it specific intent to expose somebody, or is it specific intent with regards to hold on, where's the thing? Oh, it's specific intent to transmit the disease.
Wow.
Yeah, because I'm trying to see. Well, then why did she come back talking about the defendant, together with others, did knowingly and intentionally transport an individual to with Jane in interstate commerce with intent that such individual engage in sexual activity for which a person can be charged with a criminal offense, to with violations of California. You see how
So
she's
she's
trying
saying there's
to
like intent in the Mann Act. So
right,
so there's intent in it either meets the herpes test of intent, or even if it doesn't, the intent element is met because the Mann Act's in there.
right. Yeah, so
That's a wow. Well, that's a really complicated. I don't know. I mean,
it's
that's like the
complicated.
kind of thing I'd have to freaking read all the cases to figure that out.
Right, and because it because she says that the 2018 version requires that a defendant act with specific intent. But now, why would the 2018 version be in
Stricter.
question? It
Probably
went because
question.
when did they say this the thing happened? Okay, I thought all of her stuff um happened prior, like up till 2017. I thought her stuff was, I know, 2015. So why is she saying 2018? This is strange. This is really strange because I mean, you're exactly right. I mean, are you talking about intent with intent to infect or intent that is met because it's already in the Mann Act? Because the Mann Act, that's the intent to lure somebody across state lines for, hmm, all right, SpongeBob, you done added more to my plate.
Nah, yeah, it was just it's just something I was like read the brief. I'm like, you know,
Yeah. Hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah, she gives an answer that I don't know. Maybe the appellate court will simplify that, but that is, I don't know. Yo, let me get off here so I can go to bed. I don't know what I'm
Yeah,
thinking.
I need to go to bed too. I got to get up early and uh, do a bunch of Teams meetings early with various people.
Oh, you on Teams too?
Yeah, I hate Teams, but
Me
yeah, I'm on
too.
it.
I
I'm
hate it.
on it. Work forces me to do it. I hate it though because of that
I hate
stupid.
it. I hate.
Everyone like fucking. They pay attention if it's green or am I on orange or am I. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
sometimes I just turn it off so it says you can't tell if they're online or not.
Oh no.
Because I
Oh,
get
I don't
sick.
know that trick.
Because I get sick of people being like, uh, you're green, and then they bombard me with a million emails,
Right. You there? You there? I'm like, oh
or
God.
I get sick of, or I get like, oh, you haven't been green for X amount of time. Why, what's going on with X brief that you were writing? Like, oh God, damn, fucking stupid technology. Fuck you. You know.
You know,
Uh,
Mo, you familiar with Mo? She was up here tonight. She's on Teams. I think she liked Teams. I hate
well,
it.
it's fine. They can have a. I mean, I don't like anything where they're. It's like they can micromanage without
Yes.
just by using the technology. That's why I don't like it. If you get rid of all those stupid available, busy, and all that bullshit, then that Teams is fine. Like just using it for like Zoom, Zoom type calls is cool. I like that part of it, but the freaking like micromanaging that can happen because of it, it annoys me.
Hmm. And and those, like, I've never shared a, like, when you're on, call or something like that, or conference or whatever. I've never shared a document or whatever do that, but they love to do that. I'm like, oh my God. And then what kills me is that, they're going at their speed. So I have to pull
Hmm.
up that same document. And so I have to go at my speed. It's just too much. I don't like it. It's just too much.
Yeah,
It requires me to
yeah,
be tethered to, um, uh-uh, I don't
yeah.
like.
Well, I guess I just have to live with it. All right. Well, good talking to you.
All right, SpongeBob. Thank you for coming up.
Okay, Angie. Thank you.
All right. Night. Mhm.
Good night.
Y'all, we are coming to a close. And I sure do appreciate y'all make my life easy. All the good people come up here and whew, say what they have to say, and it be relevant and right and all of that. Ooh, I love me a good old conversation. Yes, so hey, Cookie. I love me some Miss Cookie. Hey, Danny. Hey, Mama Danny. Hey, Danny. Hey, baby girl. Miss Angie, it was a girl in was a prostitute and giving out AIDS. They banned her 3 different counties. Finally, they sent her to 6 years. Hey, y'all remember that DJ? He was he was dating all the black women. So he was somewhere from the South. I don't know where he's from. But yeah, he was out there giving out them AIDS and shit. Yes, they put his ass in jail. Is it South Carolina? Or is it at Memphis? Do y'all know Memphis only got 3 sides to it? Like north, south, east. I don't know if they got a west. Well, I don't even know how you even functioning like that. What kind of city is that? Somebody need to tell me what's going on. They missing a whole side of a town. What the hell? But anyway, y'all. Low end to the no end. What's good with it? What's good with it? Y'all, we got to close this out. I know we done kept up all the stalkers and shit. All the people, that love to stalk. But I sure appreciate y'all. I also sleepy. I really am. So I will see you guys when I see y'all. I gotta set this clock. No, where am I working at tomorrow? I don't even know. Yeah, I will see y'all when I see y'all. I appreciate y'all. Hey, Karen J, what is that? Human trafficking. What's going on with the human trafficking? Karen J, where you been, girl? We finna get ready to get out of here and you just popping up. But it was a DJ, I'm telling you, y'all. He was handing out AIDS. Let me see. How much time did he get? Y'all, what's going on with Jamie Foxx? Something happened to Jamie Foxx. I don't like that. I love me some Jamie. Oh, this him? Oh, listen, y'all. They said it's a white DJ accused of trying to infect 700 black women. And let me see what's the and, because you never know, honey. Women and girls with HIV. Lord have mercy. His name is DJ Kid. Oh, y'all gave me the name. That's what y'all was talking about, DJ Kid. Duh. DJ Kid. Okay, the case. Oh, you guys. See, but y'all so good. Y'all so good. West Memphis is in Arkansas. Huh? Baby, I don't understand. I don't understand that, Danny. All I know, them people say Memphis only got 3 sides of town. Now, girl, can I come give me the information? Yeah, it says Oh, boy, y'all still there? Because I don't know what happened. Yeah, I've been talking this whole time, and the damn mute been on. Well, anyway, I was saying that we got to see, we got to check on that case because that's crazy. Hopefully, they allow cameras in because I want to know what the hell is going on. I mean, did you purposely go out and infect 700 black female and children? Okay, well, y'all, I'm gonna get ready. Oh, the Mississippi River is the fourth side, I guess. Girl, I'm trying to tell you, I don't understand how Memphis got just three sides. That's great. And I didn't know that crime was so bad. I didn't know none of that. I just thought that, they just country as hell like the rest of them. Mm-mm. Mm. But anyway, I'm going to go on and get off here. I sure do appreciate y'all. And I shall see y'all later. Bye now. Love you and make sure y'all do something good for somebody else and do something good for yourself. All right. Bye, y'all.